You are seated here. Tuma, tuma. Tuma, tuma. Tuma, tuma. Sichona ngogwa ya tuma. Sichona ngogwa ya tuma. Sichona ngogwa ya tuma. Ayatuma. Tuma, tuma. Tuma, tuma. Tuma, tuma. Tuma. Tuma, tuma. Tuma makosi. Tuma, tuma. Ya tuma makosi. Tuma. 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 Tuma ya tuma makosi kazi. Watinju mama. Watinju mama.
Let's sing the songs of the ladies. What did you boko to tito mama?
Bo mama, be Africa, tanda selon. Bo mama, be Africa, tanda selon. Africa, ibuye, ibuye, maibuye, Africa, maibuye, maibuye, Africa. Bo mama, be Africa, tanda
Li Africa, ta mama.
Bo mama,
Wat het ek hier gebring? Ladies, we are just checking how many people are outside. Because the speaker and the deputy speaker and the chief whip is here already. We would just want to check how many people are still outside so that we can start. So that we can start as soon as everyone is just getting to their seats.
1, 2.
Just before we sing, those that want to use WhatsApp, can you see from there where you are?
No.
It's P@RL 2019. You heard it? Yeah. For those that do not know what is at, it's that one. So we can use that for if you want to use Wi-Fi. And it's always nice to have free Wi-Fi, isn't it? Women's Parliament is lit, Malibongwe. P@RL 2019. P@. When you send an email to me, you will see it's Sylvia Lucas 082 @ that sign is the one that you use. Ladies, almost all our speakers for the first session are already present here, so I think we can start. This is the Women's Parliament of the 6th Parliament in August 2019. I think it's also a very befitting moment to actually close the Women's Month. But before that, we will start with our very important issues. And very important to us is the fact that we need to pray, but also the fact that we want the national anthem to be sung. So we will rise now for the national anthem.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyiswa phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murena buluka sichaba sa Yesu ufedise dintwali matswenye usibuluke sichaba sa Yesu sichaba sa South Africa die Blom van ons hemel, die diepte het van ons Heer. Waar ons ewe gegebeerd is, voor die kruis aan woon gee. Sounds then call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Thank you very much to our soloists. Can we remain standing? Ladies, we are coming from different denominations and we are having different beliefs. But one thing that we do know, we all believe that there is somewhere in the atmosphere someone that we need to give thanks for the fact that we are here this morning. So all of us that are here, we will give a few moments of silent prayer. Thank you very much. For those that haven't finished praying, you can still pray whilst we are busy. Thank you very much. Some of us pray short, some of us pray long, but we have our different ways of doing things, or we give recognition to the one that we owe our being to in a very different way. My name is Sylvia Lucas, and when I'm very angry, I am Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas. So let me start by giving recognition to the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. We invited the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, but they are properly still in the programming meeting. We've got Deputy Ministers here, but we want to particularly acknowledge the ones that will be speaking in the program. We've got the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Person with Disabilities, Deputy Minister of Police. I saw two other Deputy Ministers here, but I don't want to just recognize the two of you if there are more. So, Sisi Nokawe and Sisi, you know I'm not wearing my specs because I'm sweating. And I don't know whether I saw the DM of Public Works also here. Oh. And mining, yes, sorry my dear. So we are blessed with your presence here. Also our House Chairpersons of NCOP and NA, the President of SALGA, our representatives from the provincial legislatures. I saw MEC Bartlett here. I cannot help if I know her because she was my colleague in the Northern Cape. So other ones will just indicate they are here, but they are representatives of all the different provincial legislatures, save for those that ask to be excused. We have got members of parliament from all the different parties here. And then we've got our honorable delegates and honorable speakers that we have invited to this event, this auspicious event. Now, it is 63 years later, after that historic March of the Women. It is also 25 years after the adoption of the Women's Charter of Effective Equality. So, I think the best tribute that we can pay to those that went before us is to defend the gains that we have made and also in action to change the life of those who have yet to taste this freedom in real terms. The majority of whom are the black, poor, rural and working class women existing on the periphery of society. Democracy is crucial for and has contributed to the road to gender equality in our country, including the improvement of the status and quality of life of women. It has also, very importantly, created the opportunity and a healthy environment for furthering the gender struggles. However, it is not sufficient for dislodging patriarchy. We still have to do much more for the complete eradication and transformation of all power relations in society. And it's not only government that can eradicate patriarchy. It is not only one group or one organization. It needs all of us within society. The women that came together to draw up the charter in 1994, they came from literally all walks of life. And patriarchy is something that is coexisting and surviving under the most progressive political system. It is articulated in many diverse, subtle and hidden or open and crude forms because it is explained away in many logical sounding ways, ranging from natural, biological to religious and cultural arguments. Today, it is a milestone because we are celebrating 25 years of the Women's Charter. And that necessitates the commencement of a process wherein which we are saying we want to review the entire women's rights regime in order to effectively take stock of the achievements garnered while assessing the systematic weaknesses that continue to impede the progressive advancement of gender equality in society. Dames en heren, ons vandag het die eerste vrouwenparlement en dit sal ons gebruik om die review of die provincial review sessions van die Women's Charter te launch. Ons sal seker maak dat alle provinsies deelneem aan hierdie proses, dat ons rarig voorraad opneem, dat ons rarig begin om te assesseer hoe ver het ons gekom in terme van hierdie vrouwenregte regime waarvan ons praat. And this process will also assess the efficacy of structural arrangement in place, particularly as they pertain to the national gender machinery, gender budgeting process and related matters. Mas dit was wat ek geweet ek praat Afrikaans. Maar hy sê ek moet vir die vrouens sê there is translation gadgets if you don't understand. I'm trying to speak Tswana because I stayed in Kimberley for a long time. And then Connie Seposengwe begin to say, wena. Just stop. Just stop. Furthermore, review processes will culminate in the adoption of improved and legislative oversight mechanisms while advancing to remove all structural, institutional, and cultural barriers that continue to impact the pace of transformation as it pertains to gender equality in South Africa. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, in welcoming you, let me also outline the program for the day. Our very own speaker, Ms. Thandi Modise, will focus on an unfolding trajectory of women's struggles, women's power, and women's voices in history. It's always interesting to listen to her for her own lived experiences in history. Today, I'm sure she will share a little bit with us. To set the scene, we will have the Honorable Professor Hlengwe Mkhize, the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. She will make an input on the role of the national gender machinery in giving effect to the National Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Strategic Plan. The Honorable Deputy Minister is also the convener of the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa. We will also receive a presentation from the Deputy Minister of Police, the Honorable Mr. Castle Matale. And Castle, you know, he's a very shy man. And to be among all of these women, I know him for a very long time. I know it's not himself. But today, women, please make sure you tease him enough. He will be addressing us on the role of the Ministry of Police in budgeting for services aimed at preventing and addressing gender-based violence. I know you are a very shy person. We worked together for a long time. We have also invited the President of SALGA, Councillor Nkadimang, who will speak about the role of SALGA in facilitating the participation of women at local government structures to reverse the impact of gender-based violence. For the future, we have also invited Miss Tertiary South Africa, Ms. Lakude, just to share or make a little bit of a reflection, particularly so that we can remind young women that they are also included in our agenda. And because they are our future, we are making sure that we start the future today. Women's struggles in South Africa, in conclusion, started before the last century. Women took a lead in the fight for land after the promulgation of the Land Act of 1913. The 9 August 1956 March Against the Caring of Pauses bears testimony to the collective strength, determination, and unity among women of all races and classes. Today we are gathered here to ignite what was stated at the Malibongwe Conference in Amsterdam in the Netherlands in January 1990. We hold the view that there is a need for some kind of an organic structure that will take up broader issues of women in South African society. With these few words, I want to welcome the delegates to this Women's Parliament. Malibongwe. Igama la makhosikasi. Thank you very much. I don't see the choir here, so let me not start something that I cannot finish. I thought the choir will at least welcome Tandi Mutise when she's coming up here, but possibly, Chief Whip, if you don't mind. For it cool.
Igama la makhosikasi Malibongwe. Igama la makhosikasi Malibongwe. Malibongwe Malibongwe.
Malibongwe. Igama la makhosikasi Malibongwe.
Igama la makhosikasi Malibongwe. Malibongwe
Thank you very much. Malibongwe. Just before we sit down, Chief Whip, I'm very sorry I didn't recognize you in the protocol. I want to recognize you because ladies, before the speaker starts, just give the Chief Whip a round of applause for the fact. I will quickly explain why. Because it was her idea that we must bring the ladies to this chamber. Thank you very much. We will give over now to the Honorable Speaker.
Program Director. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. For those who do not know, Malibongwe has become the call of African women.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the ANC Women's League. Yes. It has to do with the voice of African women rising.
Yes.
So if you really think you are in the African piece of geography, if you really buy into the struggles of African women, if you really believe that we still have mountains and slopes to conquer as African women, if you believe that not only are the struggles of women confined to Africa, but in fact throughout the world, then the call has always been Malibongwe. I must say that it is a song that comes from the ANC Women's League. It used to irk a lot of men, But it was also a song which we used when we mobilized for the inclusion of women into the political parties and therefore into parliaments throughout this continent. So malibongwe, malibongwe. Malibongweni ke, and I must say that I am honored to be here today. I've been told to speak about the unfolding trajectory of women's struggles, of women's power, and of women's voices in history. I'm ill prepared for this, because for us as South African women to do justice to this particular topic, we need to sit back and to say, kahle kahle, who are we? Yes. So I'm going to talk from the heart. Our mothers told us that our history did not begin with the arrival of the ships. They taught us that before the arrival of the ships, the place of the African woman was well recognized. The division of labor was well known. The ability and the need for us to procreate was in the hands of the man and the woman. They also told us that when the ships did arrive, they first stopped and they would come frequently to load and go. They told us that the relationship was cordial, it was friendly, until they made the mistake of inviting them to come inner and inner into this country. They told us that when finally they came, they were quite welcome. Our mothers also told us about the arrival of ships bringing people from Malaysia and from India as slaves. Our mothers told us about the competition amongst the visitors. And lately, the need for the African indigents to begin to come together. But even before then, we know we had our first interpreter, our first mediator. The history does not say it was a man. History says it was a woman, it was Krotoa. So maybe we should start there by honoring this woman who died in bitterness. Maybe we should say that it was well and good that this very intelligent woman who mastered the Dutch language when the men didn't, who actually got into an arrangement and probably the first recognized formal marriage between the Dutch and the indigent African. This woman who was later on reviled by her own because they saw her as a sellout, simply because she could speak that language. This woman who had to explain sometimes very convoluted discussions between the men about parcels of land and cattle and whatever it was that they were battering about. This woman who stood between the two people, bickering about the land, and this woman who ended up a drunk because these whites and the husband's family and friends no longer trusted her, and her own people did not trust her. That tells you the story of the South African woman in politics. That at any given time, women must stick together, because if you don't do that, you actually begin to get into male relations they don't want you to get in. We do know that our mothers said our fathers were forced, firstly, to give up the numbers of animals they had. Suddenly, you were limited to the number of animals you could have. Suddenly, you had to pay tax on the remainder. You didn't really understand what the tax was all about because you had been living in your own land. Our mothers tell us about the arrival of the rail tracks and the need for cheap labor, and our fathers and great-grandpas having to leave their homes. Our mothers tell us about the introduction of the dompas and their resistance against that. Our mothers tell us about one brave woman, Charlotte Maxeke, who would shame the African male politicians because she would come and confront the regime about things she felt were affecting not only women, but the black people in general adversely. Our mothers in the Free State tell us about Bomma Mudisapudi, who led the first skirmishes against the Dompas. Bomme Makoti. Our mothers tell us that as this fight was going on, there was also an internal battle to formalize the membership of women in political parties, because until then, we were auxiliaries and fundraisers. Our mothers also conquered the history of the African woman who, during these wars of dispossession, fought alongside her husband and her uncle and her father. Now, when you look at how history conquers us as women, both black and white, it leaves so many gaps that the histories and the contribution of women is left out. And as time goes on, is edited out. Our mothers tell us that Ellen Kuzwayo was the first young woman to be elected into the executive of the ANC Youth League. They tell of the resistance of the women who finally accept Memma Mwekwa, whose surname was even changed to Mpekwa, of the women of Budibe to resist the Dompasses. Now, it is necessary for us to focus a little bit on the Dompas because that is where our problem started. Because it was not just about controlling the movements, it was also controlling the birth rate of the Africans. Because when you introduced the pass and you extended it to women, you actually limited the interaction between husband and wife. And therefore, you created big problems in the increasing population of the Africans in their own land. You also created so much frustration because you had turned our forefathers into kitchen boys and garden boys. At the heart, Deputy Minister, Police, of gender violence in the townships, in the villages, is that problem. You strip an African man of his possessions. You take away his land. You prevent his woman from being his woman. You prevent this woman from exercising their reproductive rights. That disempowerment, that emasculation of the African man persists. It persists because to deal with this disempowerment, you then introduced a very good book. I read 3 versions of it in prison because it was the only thing that I was allowed to read after applying to the Minister of Prisons then, the Bible. You introduce a good book to do a bad thing. You introduce the good book to say to the African, that's fine if I disabuse you and give you this because you can focus into heaven. So we cannot talk about the Women's Charter without talking about the black pain, and in particular, the black female pain. We must emulate people like Bomasi Sulu, because when they realized that there was also white female pain, is when they realized that the body bags were coming in from Angola, from Namibia, Southwest Africa then. The body bags were coming out of the townships. And when the body bag came, you were not allowed to open it. You had to bury your son, cry, and declare him a hero. And therefore began a relationship via FETSO, which said we will befriend our madams, and those who were brave enough will come into the townships and experience the life of a black woman, and therefore can relate when the black woman arrives late at work, and can understand when the black woman gets too close to her son because her son is a substitute to her own children, who she has to live in the townships, sometimes to fend for themselves. So I think that when we talk about the Women's Charter, we must talk about these women who came together and looked at all these things. The introduction of inferior education comes in and does damage to women who are already feeling disconcerted and dispossessed, because as the men have to go to the railway station and to the mines, the women become the sole custodians of culture and traditions, the heads. And then, of course, you had to dilute the essence of traditional leadership in South Africa. You had to interfere with the real traditional leaders and impose your own. And like in Kenya, those who were illegitimately made traditional leaders, of course, responded more to the voice of authority there than to the voice of the authority, which are people on the ground. So tubikanyo ya motho o montsho starts there. It is not also an excuse, Ndadeli Chisa, that these emasculated men of ours that we love, when they feel the regime's boots, they take it out on us and our children. So the Women's Charter in 1954, when the women starts coming together, led by FETSO, lays the foundation of the 1990s Women's Charter. 1989, the women's section of the ANC convenes and calls on all South Africans from all over the world, irrespective of political affiliation, which was great of the ANC women's section, because at that time, there was a pushback inside the country. Suddenly, Mariki de Klerk had woken up to the fact that the white women were beginning to converse with black women. There was too much of a sisterly thing slowly developing, where women could sympathize with other women. So she recruits black sisters. Can't even remember what they were called. I was freshly out of jail when we go to Malibongo conference in Amsterdam. Of importance there was that all of us South Africans were gathered. We spoke as South African women. We forgot political affiliation for the week we spent there. We focused on our needs, on our pains, and on the solutions we thought we could bring forward. And so one of the most important decisions we took was we would come back home and start an organization which would be non-political, but would bring us all into one room to work on what we thought was the needs, the aspirations, and the charter for South African women. When we came back, really, we started working on that. And of course, poor Frini and Togo, Msani, she was still young, had no option because they were drafted in as convener and coordinator. We went village to village, town to town, suburb to suburb. Multi-party, we went together. We collected the demands, the wishes, the shopping list of South African women. And that is how the South African Women's Charter was compiled. Now, I like saying that, in fact, as we were continuing with this, the talks about talks started, the negotiations started. You will also remember that ANC Women's League of ours was a strong one. It insisted, because at that time, other than the ANC, the only other party that had a woman in its delegation was the PAC. And that was his Patricia Dilel. And therefore, instigated by Masisulu, who questioned the first week of the negotiations, the ANC had a forum where afternoons they would come in and get debriefed, and we would put in our 2 cents bet. Masisulu asked a simple question. Baphi abafasi? Nithetha ngobani? We are the majority in this country. Baphi omama? That's what pushed us into disrupting the talks about talks and forced all parties to the negotiations to bring women. So sometimes we must give credit where it is due, that we have not always made mistakes, that we have actually stood there when we were needed to be counted, stood up and to take in the bullet. That did not make us popular, by the way, even in our party, for pushing other parties, because they said, "Nikona nina nifuna ndoni." We said it is about women. Sadly, we had to call the life of the coalition short, Comrade Toko, because we then realized ukuthi hayi ayine yakoma koma mo isenza into embi noma inhle. So we all agreed that everybody, we have the charter now, do it in your own parties so that we can get on with the other political work that we need to do. I'm saying that you cannot look at the history of struggles without looking at people like Botorataman. You cannot even start looking at the heroes of KZN without talking about Dorothy Nyembe, Umamkize, Umeflo. You cannot look at Gauteng and talk about Umakuzwayo, who also, by the way, originates from the Free State. But you can't talk about Masisulu and Winnie Mandela and Rita Nzanga without remembering the ones that we don't actually talk about, were Elizabeth and Clap. Bukate Molale. You cannot talk about the Northern Cape and not talk about Mitas Perepere. You cannot talk about the heroes of this country in the Northwest and forget the mother to Aesop and Aziz Bahat. You cannot talk about heroes in this country and forget the formidable strength of Fatima Meer. You cannot forget Umam Ivy. You cannot talk about i-principal yethu la e-Western Cape, Umam Masihlangu, Umadorothi. You cannot forget the trade unionist, Umma Francis Bart. You cannot forget when you look at the defense and not talk about Meruth and not talk about Jackie Sleepy, Sidibe. So there isn't a pocket of life, of political life in South Africa where you have not seen women. You talk about June 16th and the student uprisings. You forget the young women who were there. Sibongile Mthembu Naum Kabela was there. So I want to say that throughout our history, we have had women self-selecting and standing up. Throughout our history, we have seen women taking decisions and demanding to be counted on at the decision-making tables. Throughout our discussions, if women had not actually intervened, you would have had probably the preservation of traditions and cultures which kept us in the back pages of history. If we had not insisted that you can do what you want with customary law, but it will be subjected to the provisions of the Constitution. In other words, practice it because men, you want it. But it shall not take away my sense and my belief of my equality to any human being in this country. And that is why today women must be at the cutting edge on finding solutions about land, about the utilization of land, about the future of this country. I looked at the figures, and the figures say that only 4% is in black hands. I listen to members in this house when they tell us about big percentages. And I think that for us as women, one of the things that we must run with, May Lucas, the Chief Whip, is not to forget that, yes, there was 1913, but before 1913, there were other areas where we lost land. But let us look at restitution as part of that arsenal. And let South African women say that Chapter 2 of the Constitution means nothing until we as South African women can come together and talk about issues of land, because issues of land cannot be separated from issues of safety, issues of the economy, issues of exercising every other liberty that we must enjoy as human beings in here. So the conversation over thorny issues must not be the conversations which we subtract ourselves from and leave them to the main, because they will mess up. So we need to get closer to those areas and to speak. When we formed the Women's Coalition, even before they concluded with the charter, we were busy collating the names of women who would be the first representatives of women in a legitimately, democratically elected parliament, this chamber. At that point, Togo, if you remember, we said to women across, women go into parliament, all the other women will always be your support base. You must never lose your base amongst the women. When we came here, and we had to confront the Beijing World Conference preparations, that ad hoc committee, which facilitated this house to adopt CEDAW, was mainly female. As though eliminations of all forms of discrimination about women is about women only. As though we inflict the pain amongst ourselves and upon ourselves. But if there is any call I want to make today, it is that we go back to look at the provisions of the Charter, to look at how we actually can use it to strengthen our positions as women. It is absolutely not wrong for women to wish to stand for positions of leadership and to even lead parties. It is very interesting in this country that when a woman emerges to lead a party, suddenly there is a new lens that looks at party leadership. No, she's emotional. No, she's... No, she's this. So women vugan, niyazala. Sometimes you even have to raise those that don't come out of you. Because siyavala, sivala uhlazo. But whatever it is that we are nurturing, that we are raising, we must ensure has a better place. Whatever it is that we do in our caucuses, you must never lose the focus on issues of women. Because okusalayo, we are divided as women on issues. Sometimes it's even not even pure ideology. Sometimes I go and former Gogwana, and I then have to find an ideology to attach to myself. So I would say, South African women, if there is any time that we must stand together, it is now. It is now. Your communities are calling Amasocha to come and defend them. Your communities are dying under drugs. There isn't any question that comes into these two houses of parliament where the police are not asked what they do. The economy is doing badly. This country might still be shedding more and more jobs. Politics says you must insult the ANC. That's fine. Reality is that women must be economically smart. Reality says that you should be knowing what is happening in the world economy and prepare your families and your communities for that. The easy way out is to find a party to blame. But reality is the ANC does not control business. The ANC, as the governing party must facilitate, open up the loops, make sure that business is done, and therefore that people can create jobs. Of course, we must also unite as South African women, because the corruption that is happening steals away the resources which we should be pushing towards the police and the soldiers, by the way, to do better protection of our borders and our streets. But I would say that we need to be our sisters' keepers. We need to be singing from the same page. I know of provincial legislatures which have never had the Women's Caucus. That's your weakness. Because if you cannot use the Women's Caucus effectively, you will not get by. I do not know of any woman who has ever been denigrated or destroyed if there was no woman or women who were used as proxies against that woman. And therefore, as women, we need to sit and talk to ourselves. The time has come for Africa to begin to show leadership. It can't just be Usalif Jones who would come and finish a term as president in Africa when there are so many other great women who have done so many things in this continent. But if I think that I will get there without other women, I'm making a mistake. If I think that as Speaker and as Deputy Chairperson NCOP, we can make it with other women, we're making the mistake. If I think that I'm chairperson of a committee and therefore we're making a mistake. So I would say that the first thing that we need to do to make sure that this charter of our rights is better policed is to use that Women's Caucus in Parliament and everywhere else. Over the last 5 years, I've been to 2 or 3 CSWs at the UN. The quality of the country report has not been satisfactory. How we as South Africa have arrived at reports have been a bit of a problem. We used to push from Parliament. La report, Deputy Minister Kaipuma this time around, that Women's Caucus and that Portfolio Committee must have sight of it. Because it is through those two structures that Parliament will give you the go-ahead and say, this is a public which report, yes, South Africa, that we can formally see ourselves in. But even before these two structures do that, out there in the streets, women are organized. They must know what goes into their country report. Gone must be the days when the South Africans in the NGO forum query the formal report of South Africa. So we must leave the shores of South Africa to represent South Africa, whether it is in the formal government, or in the NGO sector. Because if we do that, we will be satisfying that provision we undertook, Yokuti. We will always have and give the support to the women of the country. They will give us their support, we will give them our support. Their voices will be in this chamber because of that. So I want to say that we need to move on. We need to be looking at whether the laws that we have passed make sense. The maintenance laws, the sexual offenses laws. But we also need to ask whether we need more laws. I don't think so. I think we're making too many laws, actually. We are over-regulating life in South Africa. And that is why it is important to go back to organizing. And organizing is going to be very difficult, Comrade Sylvie, because kukhona Twitter nantontoni tina, the old age ones don't even know how to get in there. But with the introduction of technology, you have also subtracted a bit the human emotions and the human contact. And I want to submit that we need the woman contact. We need to talk more. We need to quarrel more about things that matter to us, not personal time. We need to find one another even amongst the parties. We need to not worry that you are wearing red or green or what, because we fought for all of us to wear whatever colors we wanted. That can divide us. And that is why it is important for me, when I am with Good, to feel I'm South African. Because the issues I will be there with them would be about South African women, South African children, would be about the future of our country. And that is why I never feel bad, honorable members, when I have a cup of coffee with a member of the DA. It's not about Tandi and personal interest. It's about trying to find whether we can actually find one another and get solutions for the country. It is not about anything else but to begin to say at some point, when that march, which was enacted in 56, reenacts itself, we must have 1 million women in the streets of all formations. And that must be not because we want only political power. It must be because we are tired of gender-based violence. We are tired of corruption. We are tired of being swept out of the decision-making, even though we are there. We are tired of agreeing, and sometimes we agree as women, to be led. But even as we agree to be led, Makaban, I must have confidence that you are leading me in the agenda, I understand. I must understand where you are leading me to. I must be able to defend you because you are standing for things we understand and things we agreed to as South Africa. So I'm not doing what I was supposed to do, but I'm thinking that all the ones who will speak after me will bring you back into focus. Ke a leboha.
Ibongwe.
No magubi gubi yo, siya, au siya, no magubi gubi yo, au siya,
No, Malibongwe.
no mabesi tubula, au besi shaya, au besi ngula.
Malibongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, you can never move forward if you don't know where you are coming from. And that is the most important part of the input that we wanted Speaker to make. We also want to welcome, but I will say it now, Comrade Toko, Minister of Agriculture. She was also one of the ones that were very, very popular at the women's formations in the continent, in SADC. They are waiting for you at Commonwealth Women's Parliament. You must hand over properly. So, welcome, Comrade Toko. One thing that I like about what I'm doing today, Speaker, no one wants me to be neutral. You know, usually they say the presiding officers must be neutral. Today, no one is telling me that story. I'm a woman, and I cannot be neutral when I'm here. We are continuing. We know there was a lot of time taken, but we hope to make up for time as we continue. And we will now request Professor Shlengwe Mkize, the Deputy Minister of Women, to continue the program.
Malibongwe,
Igama lamakhosikazi.
igama lamakhosikazi. It's a very difficult position. I mean, a very difficult position. Usually, after usisithandi, you need to digest and swallow and drink water and come back to life. Program Director, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, thank you very much for creating a warm atmosphere for all of us. Ngomama, siziva sisekhaya. And I would like to just, without taking too much time, to really say, Mama, in this 60th administration, we are led by women in this parliament. You have seen our speaker, Chief Whip wethu, Upemi Majodin. Yeah, EDJ, coming from those youth structures, as a game changer, as Abo Peter Mukaba. So you can see the atmosphere we're in. It's a revolution. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge you. That's why men are so much defending patriarchy, because oh mama, banamandla, and they can turn things around. And also, I really think it will be good to acknowledge all my colleagues, Abakona, members of parliament from both houses, or minister, nor deputy minister. I'm an activist state, onke, eslalas pila now like parliament. And also, especially the portfolio committee, yale ministry, oh mama. I haven't seen the chair, but I think I saw Iwipie too. Umamfigile. Bo mama nibahle. Yeah, I will just be brief. I think we have been given a history of where we come from. Already we have been introduced to gender machinery. But here we are today, post-1994, post-umsebenzi, post what was done by the National Women's Coalition. We ended up with a certain percentage of representation, your mama a parliament. But it became clear ukuthi the freedoms we aspire cannot be realized just because now there are women in parliament. We had to have a machinery cutting across all segments of society, which will oversee these deep-rooted historical inequalities that I think Madam Speaker was alluding to, dating back as far as the colonial layers. So, a women's ministry then became part of the machinery. At a certain point, while in the early 90s, people were not sure whether we really needed a women's ministry. The feeling was that it will marginalize the issues. But at a certain point, I think it was around 2005, when there was some research work done through ISAWID. You know, civil society have always done great things. I remember that report very well. It was presented by a group which worked under Usizanele, Umesisimbeki, South African Women in Dialogue. They've done some work at Tunisia and other Latin American countries. Then they came back and said, maybe we need a women's ministry. It was a Pan-African Women Organization meeting. And we were not sure whether it's the right direction now to marginalize our issues. But a consensus was reached through influence of other women to say, why not? Let's give it a try. So we ended up with a women's ministry. But where we are in the 6th administration, then, you know, because if you monitor and you are vigilant and you watch these processes very closely, you are able to adapt as the need arises. Sixth administration gives us an opportunity to say, let's not focus on women alone. Let's call it the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, so that the inequalities are not put in competition. Sometimes, you know, as victims in life, we compete against each other because maybe the trigger, the enemy is too powerful and it's far remote, it's not easy to compete with him. So we do believe it's subject to debate whether it's the right thing to do, but here we are, we have a configured department. So this department is aligned with the 7 key priorities of government. And what I'm saying, Bomama, it's very, very important. Traditionally, if you are a gender activist, you'll be fighting for one item, women's rights, women empowerment, and so on. But if we are located within the 7 key priorities, it means when it comes to issues of economy, we don't soften or lower our voices. We elevate the needs of women within those. Because in Women's Charter, it really looked at virtually everything that is needed in society for women to survive. So here we are part of the economic cluster when they are talking about investment, when they are talking about opportunities in the economy, when they are talking about land as a resource. It's not a woman's need, it's not an afterthought. It's at the center of a strategy. And in the context of the 6th administration, there is a desire to turn around what is happening in South Africa, whereby even where we see growth, the growth is jobless, but above everything, the GDP to Ainyagazi is not at the right level to make sure that by the time we evaluate NDP as a country, we are confident, people are confident that we're at the right level. So with regard to those aspects, I think it is important as women not to take lightly our ability to grasp and understand those issues, because otherwise we discuss gender-based violence in a very reactionary manner as something which happens not out of a system that operates in a particular way. So women who are disempowered economically, they tend to suffer more in abusive relationships because they don't have exit points. And if we do not talk about our economic system, we are not addressing what happens to women when they want to be included. That's where sometimes they are exploited. That's where sometimes they have to pay a highest price before they get a promotion. That's where sometimes they are exposed to unequal pay within a system which we say we are equal. So in thinking about economic inclusion, it's a strategic move to say we won't tackle gender-based violence if we take it, isolate it, and not put it at the center of what is making this country to work. Also, there's another aspect. Uspeaker wethu, uMamthandi namhlanje akasiso speaker, so Madam Speaker, raised an important point, the struggles of women side by side with men, and sometimes ahead of men, Mel Charlotte Maxeke. They were the first one to oppose the Natives Land Act because they could see clearly ukuthi umhlaba uhambile. Then it means we'll be locked in a corner of poverty for the rest of our life. But also, she raised something important, which is part of a gender machinery. ukuthi these are big issues which no women's, whether chapter or women's league, whatever in our political structures is called, no one of our groups will win this battle if we don't stand together and see these issues for what they are, that they are tools for empowerment and ultimate liberation of a woman, young and old. So, a woman's charter, if I might add a word or two from what has already been said, is that really same principles, Women's Charter, FEDSO, Women's Coalition in 1994, they are based on a fundamental principle: unity, 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 Maqaba, unity, Bomam. And if we underestimate the importance of unity in tackling these issues, we will lose the battle and we'll find it difficult to account to the next generation what gains have we made. Because most of the gains we've heard about so far, they were made by those who led before us. They were prepared to die, to face the enemy. They were imprisoned, they were tortured. They did everything for us to sit as we are sitting today and be led with powerful women here. So, strength Women's Charter, more than ama aspects ayo, is the unity of women. They stood together. No one of them compromised and say, but in my party, we believe it's slightly different, it's like this. When it came to those issues identified by women, you couldn't divide them. So, in terms of the topic, I'm expected to say a little bit more about the interim gender-based violence and femicide steering committee, which emanates from the workshop which was held by the president. I've mentioned issues of economy. Allow me to talk to education and skills, Bomam. You know, we mustn't be left behind. That's the theme of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We must do everything possible to make sure that we are not left behind. In education system yethu, we all know it has not given us what we require to be empowered as a country, but also as women. The curriculum yethu has not really helped to tackle some of the issues we're dealing with. Yesterday, we had a workshop of the LGBTQI. I know there's always an A+ and so on. But they were saying these are some of the issues that has to be introduced at school quite early, so that young people understand that people have orientations, think differently, they have choices they make, which should be accepted as the reality of our democracy, because our constitution doesn't restrict people. But while on education, before my last point on what the steering committee is doing, the question of skills is critical. No matter how much we are organized and no matter how much we are aware of issues, if we do not, you are not empowered to have skills. I just want to take one thing. For many years, women were strong in the cooperatives. Our cooperatives worldwide are a game changer. Most of these big shops we see in our malls, people will tell you and say, oh, we started as a cooperative. But today, you see, we are doing business worldwide. So, clearly, Mamu Ruth Bengu, who went to Canada and they train in the best models of our cooperatives, they would say, we've embraced the cooperatives, but we haven't had that discipline of acquiring skill of how to run a cooperative and also look at the value chain ukuthi if you are in the chicken industry, omunye magati grow the inkukhu, omunye magabe ne abattoir, omunye magabe ne marketing skills so as to open markets, omunye to look at finances, how do we finance, so that our cooperative, it takes us throughout the value chain. Those are skills, it's not common sense. We have to take an extra mile to know something about what we want to do. Because it's going beyond words and utterances. Coming back to gender-based violence and the Femicide Steering Committee, our president embraced the women's voices last year and said, look, I'm happy to give whatever support women want. So at this point in time, the members of the steering committee are doing exactly what I think Ume Tandimudisa has taken us through. Talking to people in the villages, in big cities, everywhere, to make sure that our understanding of the issues we are dealing with are endorsed and embraced by everybody. It's not information that is accumulated by a group of friends or allies or political allies. So it's a lot of work that we have to do to understand the different facets of gender-based violence and femicides. We can simplify it and reduce it to the fact that women are being beaten because they are not economically empowered, but it goes deep to our patriarchal system, which is very stubborn, and it manifests itself in different forms. You see now what is happening even within houses of religion, the churches, whereby once men are in authority and are in power, then they begin to victimize young women. They exploit them, they abuse them, and in some instances, you see also in our society how women are just used as traffickers of drugs, they disappear, they are buried in shallow graves. So it's much more complex. And I think as women, we shouldn't take lightly the priority on social cohesion, in the sense that we have to revisit the value base of women who led our struggles before. They respected certain values, they believed in them, they defended them, they fought for them. If they see men coming from work, going to the beer halls, they will beat them up and say, go and help your family, look after children, do whatever civic work you can do. So we have to strengthen state and societal accountability at all levels. But of course, as I think some of us who are deployed in government, we have had a serious conversations that while we are doing everything on the side, we need a deeper conversation with the criminal justice system to make sure that it's not into yokuthi omunye ukhomba omnye esweni omunye uvikelelake, where you hear stories that no, cases of these perpetrators are not going through, mainly because the police didn't do this and this. And the police will tell you that we did our work, but we don't know what has happened to a case. We should take a critical look at the prosecution as well, because the success in any case is at a prosecutorial level. How strong are investigators and able to make sure that the matter goes to court? And also, what do they have to put in if they have to succeed? And so those are some of the realities that we can claim and talk to and make sure that maybe with the abundance of technology, we can begin to make some quick gains in terms of saying we can report much quicker, we can communicate much quicker because of the tools that are at our disposal. And also that in our police station, our files are not gonna get lost if things are electronically saved and documented. and also evidence taken, so that when we comes before the magistrate or a judge, we're able to present solid evidence in terms of what happened, how did it happen, with whom. But just before I leave this one, I hope the end product of what we'll get as an outcome of the steering committee will also talk very strongly to LGBTQI issues, because they are at the center of forms of violence that are facing us today. And what is said is that within this group in particular, it's a community where there are high levels of violence amongst themselves, and also high levels of competition in terms of which orientation suffers more, and wanting to divide themselves instead of standing together as queer people who have a right like any other person in society. So the design, we will make sure that in form and its strategy is aligned to the Women's Charter of 1954-1994, and we will make sure that we give an opportunity to strategic committees in Parliament to guide and finalize whatever work has been done before it goes out to multilateral bodies where we report, where we're a signatory. With those few words, I really want to wish each and every one of you a lovely day, a different day where you are not this and this, but singabo mama. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Chairperson, I just want to say we have acknowledged you in your absence, Chairperson of the NCOP. So be assured of that one. I was told that the Minister of Public Works also arrived. I haven't seen her. Okay. Hi, Sispet. Welcome to the Day of the Women. I think just to make up for time, we will not sing in between. We will just try to move a bit faster. If anyone wants to drink tea, you can just move out and get something and come back. We will not have a tea time proper. We will move and push up to lunch. So now we are going to call on our dear comrade and our friend, the Deputy Minister of Police, former Premier of Limpopo. Someone was saying something. Castle Matale.
We are Lilu Mama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We are Lilu Mama.
Igama lamakhosi kasi. Kuba, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, TG. Program Director, the Chair of the session and the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Metan Dimudise, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Tate Masondo, and the Deputy Speaker, Tate Lichesa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, members of the Assembly and the NCOP, our chief whip, Mema Jodini, who happened to be our TG in the Youth League.
And you were still young.
Yes, when Memudise was speaking here, and followed by the deputy minister, I said to myself, we failed to win our battle, Comrade Pemi, when we were young, to have a ministry of youth, but women succeeded. I am honored and humbled to have been given an opportunity to address you during this special month that is dedicated to Izalabantu Yesizwe. This is a month wherein we are all called upon to honor and celebrate women's bravery, dedication, self-sacrifice, and diligence in fighting for the liberation of our beloved country. This year's theme is 25 years of democracy, growing South Africa together for women's emancipation. The theme is a call to all of us to reflect on the strides made in truly realizing the dreams and aspirations of our forebearers. These include the complete emancipation of women. Yes, strides have been made in changing the status of women for the better, but a lot more still needs to be done. Yes, as government, we have put various measures and interventions in place to ensure the advancement and empowerment of women. However, South Africa will never enjoy true emancipation until its women experience a life free from all forms of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all the gains made in various areas of empowerment of women, the South African reality is that gender-based violence is and continues to be a serious challenge engulfing our society. It is unacceptably high. It remains, in our view, one of the most pervasive forms of human rights violations within our society and continues to prevent women and girls from reaching their full potential. It is an obstacle to women living dignified lives free from fear. Honorable members, in KZN, Marisburg businesswoman Verusha Padayachi was violently murdered in her home in Ascot Park. Her body was found in the kitchen with her hands bound with cable ties above her head. In the Eastern Cape, a woman aged 71 has been brutally killed, allegedly by her son in Butterworth. In Western Cape, the chopped up body of a 32-year-old woman was found in Belleville. Police also discovered that her body had been cut into pieces. The abuse and killing of women perpetrated by men has also been a sensitive issue of discussion. All these developments affect the young women of this country. We are losing great young minds to crime. As the South African Police Service, we cannot just be passively aware of these crimes and not become actively involved. As a ministry tasked with ensuring secure and safer communities by 2030 in terms of our National Development Plan, we believe it is our responsibility to ensure that our women, children, and all other vulnerable groups enjoy all human rights and have access to justice in accordance with our founding values as enshrined in our Constitution. We have therefore declared war against this growing scourge in all its manifestations. In this regard, we have developed and launched the 6-point plan to ensure the following. 1, that all victims are treated with respect and dignity and interviewed by trained police officials in a victim-sensitive manner. That victims are assisted in a victim-friendly or alternative room where a statement will be taken in private, providing victim support services. The victims will be referred for medical examination by the healthcare professionals to obtain medical evidence and complete a medical report, including seeing to the health of the victim. The GBV investigations are conducted by the Family Violence, Child Protection, Sexual Offences Services Unit, or a detective with relevant training. That victims of sexual offenses, femicides, and infanticides and their families are referred to victim support services that are available within the precinct for legal, medical, social, and psychological help, and that victims are proactively and continuously given feedback on the progress of their cases. To this effect, this plan in the fight against gender-based violence, or largest arsenal, has been established of the said FCS. To date, we have ensured that about 185 FCF units are established and functional, creating a specialized investigative environment to deal with gender-based violence, including sexual offenses. These units are located in all provinces at venues easily accessible to communities. Such crucial specialized services, including the establishment of victim-friendly facilities, which are located in police stations, provide a safe space for victims to have their statements taken in a discreet manner. Thank you. There are currently over 1,000 such facilities countrywide. As the police service, we have vowed to treat crimes against women, children, and vulnerable groups sensitively, professionally, and effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next few months, we intend to build on what we have. Plans are on track to increase the number of FCS units countrywide. Over and above that, we plan to recruit and train more women to work within this specialized environment. This training and empowering of more women officers will certainly go a long way in reducing secondary victimization, which sometimes happens when women go to report crime. These units are manned by brave men and women who dedicate their lives each day and in ensuring that justice is a reality for victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Their hard work shows in the increasing number of convictions and sentences for thousands of cases they are dealing with annually. Just to share some recent figures with this House. Yesterday, Sipho Mdletshe was sentenced to life in jail by the South Gauteng High Court for the murder of his live-in lover. On the 22nd August 2019, an Almafias man was sentenced to life in jail by the Pretoria Regional Court for raping a 12-year-old girl who was at his house for a gathering. Together with the Department of Justice, we will ensure that perpetrators of gender-based violence crimes continue to be given harsh sentences so that they don't come back to our communities. They must rot in jail. In the past financial year of 2018-19, the unit recorded 658 life sentences out of 504 registered cases. Some might ask, why 504 registered cases and 658 life sentences? A person can get double sentences. So that explains why 658 out of 504 registered cases. Stories of investigating officers and other officials working in these units going beyond the call of duty do find closure and justice for victims don't go unnoticed. For many victims of crime, police stations are the first point of contact with law enforcement after an ordeal. This is why, as the police service, we will continue to intensify our monitoring of the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act and the Sexual Offences Act. This is to ensure that all victims of crime, especially crimes against women and children, receive the appropriate support and assistance at all our police stations. I am also pleased to announce that the South African Police Service has signed a contract with a company to supply rape kits. The first batch has been received, and further stocks of these kits will be continuously distributed to all provinces in the next 3 years. In conclusion, the reduction of crime levels, especially crimes against women and children, including domestic violence, remain a challenge given the ongoing socio-economic conditions that prevail for millions of South Africans. It is against this backdrop that we have to emphasize the point that eradicating gender-based violence and all its forms of brutality cannot be achieved by the country's police alone. It will need an integrated approach involving civil society, NGOs, and all spheres of government. Hands off our women and children. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I think it was very, very informative. And we want really to know whether the subs are there to protect our women. We have received an apology from Councillor Nkadimeng, so we will now ask Councillor Nklonse to come and speak on her behalf. The substitute.
No. Kubi, 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 wo. Siaya, no maku. No ma besidwengula. Siaya. Besishaya. Siaya. Beskulala. Siaya, no maku. No ma besidwengula. Siaya. Besishaya. Siaya. Besibulala. Siaya, no maku.
Thank you. Makazi bengicubuzwa ngihlabelela ke. Thola. But I said I must. Program Director, thank you. So ngichazile ke uba ndingu-Councillor Lindelwa Nhlonze, the National Chairperson, Salga Women's Commission. Our president is not around because of other issues. Program Director, honorable members, fellow councillors, on behalf of Salga, let me start by expressing our sincere gratitude for inviting us as represented by the Salga Women's Commission. It is an honor indeed to participate in this important gathering. I would also like to congratulate Parliament for bringing all of us together for a common goal. We are here to join hands and to reaffirm our commitment to accelerate action in a collective effort to end violence against women and children in South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, the former United Secretary, His Excellency Kofi Annan, once stated, and I quote, "Violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation, and it is perhaps the most pervasive. It knows no boundaries or geography, culture or wealth. As long as it continues, we cannot claim to be making real progress towards equality, development, and peace." I end quote. This gathering is a powerful expression and demonstration of ongoing commitment and urgency to bridge gender-based inequality, to ensure that all South Africans enjoy the benefits of a constitutional democracy, in particular women and children. Honorable members, SALGA, as the voice of local government, has actively participated in the global 16 days of activism and the 365 days of no violence against women and children since the inception of the campaign. We would like to express our sincere appreciation and recognize the role played by various stakeholders, from civil society organizations, the academia, women, men as partners, the youth and children that are working together with local government to accelerate national action to address all forms of violence against women and children. Local government can address gender-based violence as part of service delivery in a number of ways, and this can be achieved as follows. 1, prevention. This is about making communities safer by planning and improving safety in public places through the following activities: conducting a gender safety audit and effect safety improvements at cemeteries, transport terminals, parks, street vendor shacks, unused buildings, areas where grass is uncut, and other vulnerable public areas, for example, clearing of bushy and danger-prone areas. Naming all streets clearly so that police and other emergency services can reach residents with ease in the event of emergencies. Develop landmarks in informal settlements. Proper nameplates for police and other security facilities, including road signs. Develop and implement a lighting master plan for the municipality with a maintenance plan and turnaround time. Conduct safety awareness programs and establish a watchdog community, including all community-based structures, e.g. community policing forums, etc. Promote neighborhood watch, involve street hawkers in crime watchdog projects. 2, support, improving better support to organizations offering places of safety and care by carrying out an audit of safe houses. Strengthening and supporting places of safety and places of referrals to agencies or areas of safety. Committing council resources to strengthen and ensure sustainability of existing places of safety and establish some in places where they do not exist. Facilitating and coordinating the provision of post-traumatic services and facilities. Promoting CBOs and NGOs, publications and pamphlets on where to get help. 3, response, to support national efforts to respond rapidly and effectively to gender-based violence by ensuring effective and efficient community police forums, those are CPFs, strengthen and support the network of victim empowerment service providers, develop and maintain an undated database of services and facilities available to survivors and victims of gender-based violence, providing ongoing support in collaboration with various community structures to capacitate survivors of gender-based violence with life skills, establish gender units and counseling services at people centers with appropriate resources, facilitate the enhanced and coordinated provision of post-traumatic services and facilities, working with the police and communities to ensure that cases of gender violence are reported and addressed, securing all public places. Coordination,
Establish multi-sector coordinating structures to tackle gender-based violence, strengthen relations with local police stations, and ensure that cases of gender-based violence are efficiently and effectively addressed. Sorry. 5, monitoring, evaluation, and budgeting. To ensure that councils commit budget and resources and that efforts to address gender-based violence are monitored and evaluated. Develop a set of targets and indicators to measure progress and ensure that these are mainstreamed into the integrated development plans, IDPs. In conclusion, honorable members, we pledge our solidarity and support of SALGA to learn to share experiences and to work together to accelerate national actions. We are here to lend our support as we strive together to create the best possible environment to enable women, men, and children to live free from all forms of violence, abuse, and discrimination. We have to acknowledge that what is indeed is real positive change that will give more power and confidence to women and girls and transform relations between women and men at all levels of society. Change that makes men assume their responsibility and abstaining from sexual behavior that puts others at risk. And understanding that when it comes to violence against women and children, there are no grounds for tolerance and no tolerable excuses. We look forward to working together in the implementation of plans that continue to make South Africa fit for all, a South Africa especially fit for women and children. Malbongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. Thank you.
Malamakosikasi, thank you very much. You can put it, it's fine. Thank you very much. We will continue, and we will now ask our young lion, our young lady, Mr. Sherry South Africa, Ms. DP Tlakude. You can hear it's a very familiar, the surname sound very familiar. Tlakude. Do you know her? Members of Parliament, Malibongwe.
Our Program Director, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of Provincial Legislatures, women representing various organizations, distinguished guests, Nyanibingelela nonke. Standing before you is Desiree Dlakude. I am a Bachelor of Political Sciences graduate, and I'm currently pursuing my second degree in law with the University of Pretoria. It is an honor for me to be in the midst of really powerful and beautiful women today. As Miss Tertiary South Africa 2019, I strive to inspire young women to pursue their dreams, goals, and to be educated. I want to be a symbol that education can really take you far. Young women, we are powerful, and we have so much potential within us. A wise woman once said, "There is no greater pillar of stability than a strong, free, and educated woman." With that being said, it is very vital for our country's progress that as young women, we take a stand against the patriarchal practices that have operated long before the dawn of democracy and which are still very prevalent today. And the only way in which we as women, as young women, can eradicate those unequal gender practices is to be empowered, to acquire knowledge and education. We need a generation of empowered women. We need a generation of educated women. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. more than 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August 1956 to fight for the gender equality, to advocate for women's rights and freedom. Those strong women paved the way for us to have the equality that we enjoy today. We now see more women rising to leadership positions. We now see more women climbing the corporate ladder. We now see more women in the South African Defence Force. More and more women are doing the work that has been previously reserved for men. We are breaking the societal standards. We are breaking barriers. We are eliminating the patriarchal order that confines women to the domestic arena. We are slowly and surely moving away. We are slowly but surely moving away from practices that state that women are subordinate to men. We are changing the narrative. Let us utilize the opportunities that the strong women of 1956 fought for to empower ourselves in order to achieve all the objective of the 1994 Women's Charter. We need to stand in solidarity as women. We need to support each other and realize that the fight is not against each other, but against the patriarchal order that is practiced and advanced in society. Let us stop fighting against each other as women. Let us stop shaming one another. In order to achieve effective equality, we need to realize that our true strength does not come from us fighting and competing against each other, but it lies in our unity. Wathinta bafazi, wathinta imbokodo, amandla. Thank you.
Full beyond measure. Thank you very much, young woman. One of Madiba's quotes, I just yesterday read that one of our comrades' daughters that is also an accomplished advocate. She's very young, but she quoted Madiba in saying, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. Close quote. Let us use that power. As was espoused by this very young lady, thank you, dear. You have really encouraged us. I'm not the one that will summarize what whoever have said. It will be done later on, but I will now call on Ms. Bilankulu, the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. She will be our program director for the next session. Thank you very much. You were a very good audience.
Isikhalo somfazi siwoye wenukhalelani thulamntanam wenukhalela uyalilumama wenukhalelani wenukhalelani thulamntana isililo somfazi siwoye wenukhalelani wenukhalelani thulamntanam wenukhalela uyalilumama wenukhalelani wenukhalelani thulamntana wenukhalela isikhalo somfazi siwoye wenukhalelani wenukhalelani thulamntana wenukhalela isikhalo somfazi siwoye wenukhalelani wenukhalelani thulamntana wenukhalelani somfazi siwuye wenukhalelane wenulelelane lamntana wenukhale uyalelo mama
Lamntwana,
wenukhalelane wenukhalelane lamntana uyalelo mama
can you write?
wenukhalelane wenukhalelane
Amandla. Amandla. Thank you very much, Honorable Lucas, for giving me this opportunity to co-chair this wonderful sitting with you. I feel very much humbled and honored to chair this gathering today. Honorable Chief Whip, the chairperson of the NCOP, the speaker, deputy speaker, ministers and deputy ministers here, honorable members, councillors, our distinguished guest. Don't worry, Makaola, she's just like that. And today, I don't think she's that much free because it's like TV is not focusing on her. So you keep quiet there, Makaola. We are behind time. But let me advise you first that when we want to go out, please, let's use the doors on our side. We don't have to pass here. It's somehow disturbing. Please. We are proceeding. I'm going to, all the speakers that I'm going to call now, please, let's take only 5 minutes. We are behind time. I'm going to call the first speaker, who is going to deal with article number 1, equality, who is Miss M. Maseko, an MPL from the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And let me start by recognizing wisdom, the older generations that have really taken the baton from the women of 1956 to make sure that we are all here. And being here as a public representatives, being here as an activist, but more importantly, being here as Abu Mama that are on the grounds that are really giving us the mandate to make sure that when we stand in front of you, we talk on your behalf. So I salute all of you. Program Director, the Article 1 of the Women's Charter begins with the following statement. Equality underlies all our claims in this charter. Thus, the concept of gender equality provides a clear mandate for this piece of guiding legislation. But equality is not something that is achieved simply because we call for it. Ensuring equality is a process by which we actively fight for equal opportunities for women as for men, creating a society in which women feel safe and able to access the very same opportunities as their male counterparts. The only way this can happen is by writing and enforcing laws which are aligned with the principle of gender equality. In South Africa, our desire as women for equality still stands strong. But the legal and judicial system which we fight for it has crumbled. And we need to acknowledge that. 25 years after the establishment of Women's Charter, we need to ask ourselves the following question. How are women ever going to be equal if the justice system still does not adequately accommodate us? The 2017-18 South African crime statistics report that 23% of murders in our country are made up of domestic violence and what the police call relation, revenge, or arguments. This number is staggering, but how equal are women if 23% of our people killed in 1 year are women murdered by their spouses? Furthermore, what is our police and justice system doing to address this? Now, we do have the Kalisha Commission of Inquiry report that was released 5 years ago. In this report, many women express that they have been let down by the police. But the numbers paint an even scarier picture. As part of the report, all SAPS members at all 3 police stations in Kalisha were instructed to attend a domestic violence training course, incorporating training on the Domestic Violence Act. However, last year, the report by the Western Cape Department of Community Safety revealed that 85% of police officers in Lingeletu West, 78% in Harare, 51% in Khayelitsha Side B had not attended the 5-day training course. To add insult to the injury, it was reported just last week that 76% South African's police stations have no rape kits in their stock. It seems that our police service simply is not interested in fighting for the equality outlined in Women's Charter. I call on the Ministry of the Women to make sure if we have the inquiries like your Kalisha inquiry and women on the ground are saying what is happening within their surroundings, please prioritize, evaluate if things that really the police are saying they're going to do, they really do that. There's no way we are going to get equality if things that women are saying are happening within their houses, within their communities, within their streets, are still kept aside and you still have to send men to deal with those issues. The ministry have to make sure that we go, we evaluate, we check that all things that we say have to happen, they do happen. And there's no way that we can come again and sit here and talk about all the problems that we are going through and just listen to each other. It cannot be we have the system like this just to ventilate so that we can listen to each other from every corner of this country to say that, yes, we have the problem, but nothing is happening after that. We are held hostages within our houses. We are victims within our houses. Where should we run to? The advice is saying, go to the nearest police station, but there's no police station that can attend to you because the friend of my husband is at the police station is not going to listen to me. Those are the issues that before I can be economically developed, I need to be free on the street and not be afraid that I'm going to be raped. Now, we do have the police, we do have the systems. Oh yes, we have the laws that can protect us, but somebody has to implement it. How far are we going to make sure that that happens? And that's where we come in. And what are we doing exactly? We are going to sit here and talk. I do have my speech. I can go to every line and talk about what is it that I wanted to say. At the end, you are going to listen to me. You might even clap for me, clap hands for me. But the reality is, as we speak now, there is a woman who's been raped. The reality, there is a woman that is getting in the police station to say, I've been raped. There's no rape kit. There's no one to talk to them. And thank you, Deputy Minister, for the strides that you are trying to make. But it's just not enough. I thank you. I'm not going to take my 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I was tempted to stop you, but I said, oh, it's a woman. But please, 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 let's stick to the 5 minutes. I didn't want to stop her, but From now onwards, if you exceed that 5 minutes, I'm going to stop you. So please, let's stick to the time. Thank you. I'm calling upon the second speaker, who's going to deal with Article number 2, Law and Administration of Justice, Ms. N. Maseko Mbaka. Over to you.
Malibongwe! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm going to get right into it. 5 minutes is a tall order. But I want to, if I have said 3 things before I leave this podium, I'll be very happy. Just 3 things. The first is that it's important for us to remember, if we're thinking about law and the administration of justice, I think it is important for us to firstly be very conscious of the fact that when laws were passed historically, women were never on the consciousness of men when they were passing these laws. And women's experiences, their priorities, and their points of view were never taken into consideration. And it is only now that we're beginning to see shifts in terms of recognizing that women's experience in the world is different and we live in a very gendered world. And this is not just unique to South Africa, but I think world all around. And I think with these major shifts that we're seeing, I think the one thing that has been said repeatedly in this house today is that the criminal justice system is failing South African women, dismally. From the first port of call in police stations, when you go and lay your charge, all the way to court proceedings, if you even get there. So, in my view, laws are good and well, but laws alone do not change or transform society. I've got a whole list of laws here that I prepared for this briefing. You have your Domestic Violence Act, your Criminal Law Sexual Offences Act, your, and many other strategies such as the 365 days of National Action Plan Against Violence Against Women, your victim empowerment programs, your Tutuzela care centers, your National Emergency Response Unit for Victims of Gender-Based Violence, your promotion of equality and prevention of unfair dismissal laws. We've got employment equity laws. The list is endless. But here we are, dubbed the rape capital of the world. What is the missing link? And I think that is the question that we've been dealing with as civil society organizations and many other people in the room who are working in this sector. And I think we need to recognize that laws alone don't change society, but it is human beings who change societies, and human beings who themselves are transformed. Transform people, transform societies. If you can remember that, then I'll be happy today. And I think we need a collective paradigm shift as South Africans. A shift in terms of our thinking traditions, a shift in terms of our cultures, a shift in terms of our collective consciousness, a shift in terms of our value systems that uphold inequality and uphold patriarchy. Laws alone will not do this. And that's where civil society comes in, working on the grassroots, trying to make changes, at least in the ways that we think, before we even get to the top levels of laws. Finally, and that's the last thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, before I sit down, is a proposal of a reverse onus approach to sexual and gender-based violence cases. This is a conversation that I am aware has been happening in the country for some time, but the burden of proof, as it stands right now, rests on the complainant, the victim, the one who's been violated. You need to stand before the court and tell them how many centimeters you were penetrated. You need to sit there and explain what you were wearing, why you were out at night. You need to sit there and explain and answer whether you enjoyed it. These are some of the questions that our criminal justice system is asking our women. We cannot go on this way. So I think we need to start making those changes in terms of our laws. And I think the women in the room who are in the criminal justice system, we need to come together and figure out ways, as women in the justice sector, can come together and bring about change. We cannot be asked, those are inappropriate, dehumanizing, and absolutely insensitive questions that we cannot continue to see in our criminal justice system. Finally, I think we need to talk about laws and policies in and of themselves not being able to move and change things, but them having the need for money and resourcing. The problem we have in South Africa is that we have beautifully written documents that are sitting in our parliaments and libraries, but they're not adequately financed. There's no budgets, and therefore no implementation. So I think there's changes in terms of that. And with upcoming laws, I'm happy to see some colleagues who have been working on the Women, Peace and Security agenda with the forthcoming National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. These are some of the changes we need to see, where we see that if you're taking this seriously, put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now calling upon the one who's going to deal with article number 3, economy. She's from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Councillor Dili Dwaba. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Wena
Zagufa. Thank you, Program Director. It's a very beautiful day, speaking to beautiful South African women. You know, it reminds me of a song. Actually, it's not a song. It was a prophecy. Liza lisidinga lakho. Thixo Nkosi enyaniso. Ithi wonke amadolo. Zonke ilwimi zizawuxela udumo lwakho. Women's Charter for Effective Quality, that is Article 3. Women's strives for emancipation may be traced throughout history, with occurrences such as a demonstration against passes in Bloemfontein in 1913, the protest against the lodger permit in Potchefstroom in 1930, and the 1956 March to Union Building, amongst others, strive that have shaped heroines such as Mama Albertina Sisulu, Mama Sophie de Bruyn, Mama Bertha Groa, to name a few. To Women's Charter of 1954, in one of the milestones achieved by women who came before us, and it is broadly regarded as a foundation of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality adopted by Parliament in 1994. Article 3 of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality reminds us that women are included in key sectors of the South African economy as they continue to face social, economic, and ideological barriers inherent in patriarchal systems. Women in large numbers participate in the economy through the sector that are gender stereotyped and reflect their perceived domestic and reproductive roles. Sectors that are characterized by low income and poor working conditions. Women continue to be discriminated within the mainstream economy, which forces them to make a living outside the formal economy. As our theme for Women's Month this year states that 25 years of democracy, growing South Africa together for women's empowerment. And a point must be made that the face of poverty in our country is still black, female, and young.
Our Nation Development Plan 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and the AU Agenda 2063, including our 2019 State of the Nation Address, compels both the public and private sector to address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Due to time constraints, I will do my closing remarks and notes. Create a platform to report back to the status of women in South Africa with reference to the processing of resolutions emanating from the Women's Parliament event hosted during the 5th Parliament. Continuous review and adoption of a thematically relevant women's charter that will focus on the implementation of the most catalyst policy imperatives which would accelerate improvement in women's quality of life. In closing, Honorable Chairperson, the Women's Charter must underpin the work of multi-party women's caucuses in the 6th Parliament, and it must both a guiding document and a mandate for the Women's Parliament to accelerate the women's transformation agenda. Aluta!
Thank you very much, Gauteng. I'm now calling upon speaker number 4, who's going to deal with Article 4, Education and Training, Honorable Mbali Fraser from KZN. Halala KZN, halala.
Halala, welcome.
Ako Tito Nkosi Nyaniso Zonkinhlanga Zokizizwe Mazizu Zeusindiso.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Malibongwe.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP and your Deputy, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. The KwaZulu-Natal province has made significant strides in the implementation of Article 4, Education and Training of the Women's Charter adopted in 1994. The province has recorded remarkable improvement in access to education and training for women, particularly those in rural areas who were relegated to the peripheries during the pre-apartheid era. KwaZulu-Natal is a predominantly rural province, and the progress made in electrification is more than 90% households, and provision of water in rural areas since 1994 has brought relief to women and girl children in rural areas. Access to these services, Chairperson, have created more time for them to focus on their studies. There is improved access to primary care services, including contraceptives, and this enabled women to pursue their studies and careers without being interrupted by unplanned pregnancies. The provincial departments are persistently initiating programs which seek to create opportunities for women to occupy managerial positions in accordance with the Employment Equity Act. As we speak, Honorable Chairperson, the province has a female director, Dr. Mkhize. That one is an achievement. In departments, we are also having the situation whereby a number of MECs are females. We also appreciate that. And of course, UETIA also provide training of basic financial management and marketing skills to female-owned co-ops and in other spheres where women were not given an opportunity before. Notably and worth commending, there has been a reasonable increase in the number of disabled women who are gainfully employed in the province. In its endeavor to ensure that learning process for girl children from poor background is not interrupted during their menstrual cycles, the province provides sanitary towels to all deserving schools, especially to those who are from rural areas. This is also contributing again in ensuring that education is not being disturbed. Further to this, the province is making progress in providing learner transport, and this reduces the burden of walking long distances for girl children. We are also noting that even those children who are pregnant, because according to Article number 4, it says that every person has the right to equality within education, irrespective of sex, gender, pregnancy, race, sexual orientation, age, disability, and so on and so on. So meaning everybody is catered for. So our girl children are not being deprived because they've been in that situation. Over the past years, the province has witnessed a significant increase in enrollment and graduation rate for women in all institutions of higher learning. Through support from provincial departments and public-private partnerships, women are increasingly penetrating the male-dominated industries, including construction, engineering, transport, maritime, etc. In this regard, Chairperson, allow us to congratulate and salute Major Mandi Samfega from Duzuma, from her achievement in the civil aviation space. But sadly, Chairperson, there's been an increase in the incidences of crime directed to female students. In our universities, we have experienced brutal killings of our students by their male partners. Here, we are talking about Mrs. Olile Kumalo from MUT, Miss Mbali Gumete from Unizulu, Miss Noltando Malu from DUT, and others. May their souls rest in peace. So, as the province, we are very much worried about what is happening. But again, we are very much pleased that the SAPS has moved and these cases have been taken care of. Thank you to the Deputy Minister of Police. While reports of isolated incidences relating to gender stereotypes are still being received.
Hoping that you are wrapping up.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes. While reports of isolated incidences relating to gender stereotypes are still being received, concentrated efforts are continually being made to educate communities, young and old men. In closing, Chairperson, we reiterate our conviction that the province will persistently and unapologetically advance the agenda of women emancipation from the bondages of triple oppression. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just believe that other provinces are listening attentively, because good thing really we need to copy. I'm just saying to other provinces that it will be good for you to benchmark with KZN as far as education they are doing is concerned. Thank you very much. We are moving xitimele xa palamende ya South Africa xi le ku fambeni. Xi famba swinene, Chief Whip. Sweswi ni lava ku ya vitana xipikara xa number 5 lexi taku xi ta vulavula hi development, infrastructure and environment. Yena ku nga Manana Nhlongo wa Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Manana Nhlongo, oh, honorable member. Yes.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker, Deputy Minister, Ministers and honorable members, delegates, Sanbonan. Article 5 of the Women's Charter speaks to the rights and participation of women in relation to development, infrastructure and environment. Since 1994, government has committed to a progressive legislative framework and human rights agenda that is strongly informed by principle of gender equality, women emancipation, and women empowerment. Gone are those days when women were viewed as slaves and maids for men, where women were only found in the kitchens wearing aprons. Today, through the ANC-led government, women play critical and remarkable roles across many sectors of society. We have the likes of Mandisa Mfegwa, who is a pilot, the likes of Zingizwalozi, who is the president of COSATU. Although we are still faced with a number of challenges, especially in the private sector, where there is still a wage difference between white women and black women, when the Freedom Charter clearly states that all national groups shall have equal rights. Program Director, the society and environment that we live in today is still not really user-friendly for women, especially young women and disabled women. We still face challenges as women where we are judged for what we are wearing. We still get raped and we still get killed, and we are often told that we are not fit enough to do certain jobs because we are women. A lot of workplaces do not accommodate women, especially disabled women. The Women's Charter again states that it is stated clear that women should participate in designing programs that meet their needs. It states that employment generated from development and infrastructure programs should benefit women. Adequate, accessible, and safe water supplies should be made available in all communities, including those in the rural areas and informal settlements. Services such as communication and electricity must be extended to all communities as a matter of priority. Women need safe transport networks. Women must have access to land. The President, in his State of the Nation address, said, I quote, "In creating employment and other economic opportunities, this means that we must strengthen the social wage and reduce the cost of living. It means we must improve the affordability, safety, and integral of commuter transports for low-income households. While we have made progress in improving housing, many South Africans still need land to build their houses." Program Director, again, ours as women is to claim our rights. We are doing just that because currently in the executive of the President, there is 50-50% representation. Today we find women in construction and farming, which were sectors that were dominated by men in the past. Sorry. We will not rest as women until all women of South Africa have proper shelter, until all rapists and murderers of women are behind bars. We will not rest as women until we have women development offices in all local municipalities. And again, we will not rest until one day we have a female president of this country. Chairperson, in Siswati they say, "Ayikho indlovu leyasinzwa ngumboko wayo." As women, we will continue to fight for women emancipation and empowerment. Indeed, Umama Winnie did not die, she multiplied. Amandla! Thank you.
Halala, young women, halala. Yes, indeed, ayikona ndlovu leyitsandiwa ku hi timondo ta yona. Ayikona ifili. Ya duma ya tsamaya koloi ya palamente. Article number 6 and 7. Article 6 and 7 and Article 10 and 11, they are dealing with two things. I've been lobbied by the speaker who's going to handle Article 10 and 11 for 10 minutes, hoping that what is being done on the left should be done also on the right. So I'll be giving you 10 minutes, my darling.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must greet everybody. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Tani Modise, she left, and then the Deputy Speaker of the Northern Cape, oh, sorry, Mesa Veluka, Deputy Speaker of NCOP. They will forgive me. Deputy Speaker. And then all the ministers and MECs present, distinguished guests, ladies, comrades and friends. I wanted to ask Honorable Tani Modise to say that she spoke about the gender issue, but I want to tell her that all of us must put on our gender lenses when we speak. Not that there's something wrong, but I think as gender activists, we must put on our gender lens, especially to help a woman. Now I must present Article 6 and 7, but Honorable Speaker, it was only the past Monday that I had the privilege of engaging only senior managers of the Department led in the Northern Cape. At the heart of discussion was our drive to establish how far we have come with incorporating a gender perspective into the plans, policies and programs of each chief directorate of our department. We had robust and brutally honest engagements and indeed took stock of our work and made recommendations in order to remedy the situation. Our findings, Deputy Chairperson, had a mixture of good and bad results. Good in that we have extremely good policies in place, and bad in that we have found wanting when it comes to implementation. I must refer to Article 7 and 6. So I am making this example, Deputy Chairperson, to emphasize the point that policy formulation and development, it's not a problem in our country. Instead, our problem lies with implementation. This means, therefore, that just like our world-class policies, our plans, no matter how great, are useless unless they are followed by action. Program Director, at the heart of Article 6 of the Women's Charter lies a clear instruction and an emphasis of what social services is and what it is not. It fundamentally reminds us that social services should be a right and not a privilege. Failure on our part to execute this right plunges women in a deep hole where it may be difficult for them to get out. It's not easy for us as women to get out of that hole when you plunge therein. So we must always be aware of what is going on around us. Because women are primarily responsible for maintaining the household and the community. It is only proper that social welfare services should be provided by both the state and the private sector in accordance with the principles of social justice, equality, appropriateness, and accessibility. To Honorable Tani Modise hier gepraat het, sy vir ons almal gesê dat sy praat uit die hart uit. En ek dink vir ons, as jy jou hart uit praat, dan praat jy van jou eie experiences. En dan voel jy dat jy wil sê wat daar gesê was en wat gebeur het in die verlede. Because as jy uit jou hart uit praat, dan sê jy met 'n probleem. Maar ek dink sy het ons teruggevat waar ons vandaan kom en ook vir ons gewys waartoe ons hier op pad is. So we need to strengthen this aspect of service delivery to our people. In our endeavor to stop the multiple bleeding wounds of centuries our country used to suffer from and deliver like medical specialists, permanent healing. Program Director, when the apartheid regime rendered our parents inhuman status, it was the church that gave them dignity back. Dis hoekom ek sê ons, vandag gaan ons na die kerke toe, dan vra ons vir gebed wanneer dit sleg gaan. Maar as dit goed gaan, dan vergeet ons die Here in die proses. So let's think about God in good and bad. En ek dink sal ons dit vorentoe vat. But today, the church is a bit distant and wish to call upon men and women of God to not only help us with a prayer, but lend a helping hand. So ek dink ons het mekaar nodig as vir ons Ek het geluister na die vorige sprekers, dat daar so baie dinge wat ons terughou as vrouens. En dan sê ons is in 'n nuwe demokrasie, maar ons los die anders agter. So ek dink vir ons as vrouens om minder op mekaar te kyk, en sê we are still suffering from the pull-down syndrome. Let's take each other up, vat mekaar in die hand, en beweeg vorentoe, because backwards we can't go, but forward we will go. So the basket of services that we as government provide to our most vulnerable and poor should apply to all areas of women's lives, irrespective of where they find themselves in our society. Whether you are pink, black, or blue, whether you have short hair or long hair like the us, ek het nie lang hare nie. Whether your eyes are blue, ons sê altyd, as iemand na 'n ander vrou toe kyk, dan sê jy dat, ek wil graag soos Barbara lyk, of soos Connie lyk. Maar you forget that if you want to be Connie, then you must take the baggage of Connie also with you. If you want to be Barbara, I like to make this statement to say that Barbara is a divorcee. So if you have a lovely husband, you want to be Barbara, then you must leave your husband also. That's it vergelijken met altijd, maar so just be what you are and appreciate who you are. Doesn't matter who you are, how you look, what you wear, what you do. Just be yourself, because God created only individual and not collective. So the system of social services should pay special attention to needs of rural and disabled women. Thus, we should do program director as part of the process of social and national emancipation, to which we all belong in order to begin the ever-changing act of self-realization as a country. Our social workers must double their efforts to ensure accessible and free social services are provided to women, especially those in deep rural areas. Want ek sê ook altyd as die MEC van Leader in Social Development, die premier het nodig 'n statement gemaak in die province en gesê dat as hy vra vir hoeveel senior managers is in senior positions wat vrouens is, dan kan ons antwoord op 'n sekere tyd kan ons sê ander, because ons is veronderstel om te weet presies hoeveel, want dit sal nie help, ons sê ons ook senior managers daarbo, dan is 3 vrouens en 17 is manne. So dit is wat ons veronderstel ons om te kan doen. We must be practitioners and not theorists. A theorist is wanneer jy praat, a practitioner is where you do. So we want to be practitioners of the future and just build on what happened in 1956, to be better practitioners, because then they had the law not on their side, and they did a lot of things, and now we are having the law on our side, and we are doing less.
Thank you.
This should do, program
Thank you,
director.
War.
Sorry?
Thank you, War.
So, is my 10 minutes done?
Yes.
And so I can lobby for another 2 minutes. Thank you.
No, tomorrow, ne? I'll give you that 2 minutes. Don't worry. Thank you very much. Be yourself. I'm calling upon now the speaker who is going to deal with article number 8, family life and partnership. Ms. B. Likopane. From the Northwest Province.
Ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro, ke lebise tlotlo go mosakgotla wa gaeno, batlotlegi botlhe ba ba ka kwano ga mmogo le batlakgotleng ya gaetsho, dumelang ba gaetsho. Ke motlotlo thata le nna go tlhagelela mo historing e ya gaetsho bogolo jang go tla go tlhoma leitlho mo go boneng ntlha ya the review of the Women Charter for Effective Equality. The decades of existence in the state-engineered system of the racial segregation, discrimination, and general deprivation resulted in women being unable to influence their own future. The apartheid era and the tensions with patriarchy left a mad society rife with gender and racial inequalities, which resulted in the introduction of Article 8 of the Women's Charter in 1994, effective equality. The journey traveled in achieving gender equality since 1994 has been promising but very difficult. In responding to the call of Article 8 to ensuring that women shall have equality within the family and within marriages and intimate relationships, women shall have the right to choose the partner of their choice. Reflecting on the prior years before 1994, after the huge strides have been made in realizing the human rights, the Northwest government has ensured that each ward, through the Department of Social Development, is allocated a team of social service professionals. These social workers are responsible for the following: to attend ward committee meetings and community meetings on a monthly basis, to identify needs and coordinate interventions with the ward stakeholders. Key to everything is about the women and their needs. To conduct household and community profiling on a quarterly basis to identify social pathologies that are prevalent in the wards and provide appropriate interventions. It is difficult for women to have equality within their families and marriages without the source of income. Therefore, the Office of the Premier of Bokoni Bophirima has introduced a gender desk which monitors the implementation of the gender equality issues across the government departments. In order for women to respond effectively to Article 8, they need to be developed and empowered. In the context, the province has a social development program where 2,757 women are targeted annually to participate in the women empowerment programs. Furthermore, there is also Empowerment Fund to assist the emerging existing cooperatives and small medium enterprises with primary focus on those that are led by women. This is offered by the Department of Economic Development. The Northwest Provincial Legislature is an active participant in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association activities for African region and international. Through its participation in the CPA and Commonwealth Women Parliament, the legislature launched the Northwest Provincial Legislature branch chaired by the Speaker and the CWP chapter chaired by one woman from a pool of women in the legislature. Moreover, that the provincial legislature has also a special program for women called Basadi Riagase Shaba, which means women we are building the nation. The program is specifically designed to empower ordinary women in the province, and it takes place every quarter in every district. The one objective of this program is to empower women in the Northwest Province with information and knowledge and avenues available in addressing the challenges related to entrepreneurship, personal branding of socio-economic issues. Furthermore, professionals from different portfolios, like your marriage counselors, your family advocates, and motivational speakers, are always invited to share information and guidance with women. This fora assists the province in implementing the resolution of the Article 8 and advance the programs aimed at women empowerment. Women are holding key important status in cases as Borakhadi. This key status states that the women have got power and influence in terms of engagements and as and when they negotiate for lobola. That then brings us to claim our status as the women to be at the forefront of decision-making in the families in relation to marriages. The status is also key as their final words are at times listened to when the royal families, in terms of our traditional affairs, when they have to decide on who becomes the headman and the chief, the Rakhadi status is very important, and that itself states the status that women are occupying since the dawn of democracy. Despite the remarkable efforts that have been made in the province to respond to the Article 8, the Northwest is still faced with the continuous patriarchal society forms. We will never stop to fight the issue of protocol on human rights, the Ukutwalwa practice, the access to justice and equal rights. I thank you.
Ke a leboha rakgadi. I would like to remind the House that there is tea outside. We're not going to have a break, but we're having a waking tea. So while other people will be going out to grab their cup of tea, we'll be continuing. Thank you very much. I'm now calling upon the speaker who's going to deal with article number 9, custom, culture, and religion. Ms. T. Gaya from the Eastern Cape.
Thanks, Program Director. Mhlambe ngithathe ithuba ndikhahlele kuwo wonke umuntu olapha kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho. Ukonga amaxesha ndivumele ndithi. In the words of Langston Hughes, a revered African-American writer, what happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Or does it explode? Program Director, I put it to you that equality dream harbored by thousands of South African women since before the 1950s has gone through all the phases captured by Langston, and it is up to this generation to determine the direction that this dream is to take. Firstly, the fact that we are addressing a women's parliament is a giveaway that despite a deeply patriarchal society, such progressive women did not allow this dream to be deferred. The existence of the Charter, which was born out of commitment towards fighting for the removal of laws, regulations, conventions, and customs that discriminate against women and deprive women in any way of their inherent right to the advantages, responsibilities, and opportunities that the society offers to any section of the population, is telling of the intense struggle to keep this dream. Program Director, indeed, not only the democratic spaces in the society has been opened for the participation of women in all spheres of life and for the creation of really democracy and non-patriarchal society, but the same campaign has been ongoing in the region and the continent. The adoption of the Southern African Development Cooperation Gender Protocol with its program for gender equality and commitment of not less than 50% quota for women in all decision-making structures in SADC countries by 2015 is but one progressive step in the right direction. The fight to keep the dream alive further manifests in the spaces in which we work in the Eastern Cape. There is targeted support for SMEs, include a commitment by the provincial government as per the State of the Province address towards ensuring that the percentage of women-owned enterprise who benefit from provincial procurement who benefit from provincial government procurement increases. The average percentage of female representation in the provincial senior management services for all provincial government department is at 43.5%, which is not too bad. The average percent of female representation in provincial public entities is at 35%. South Africa broke new grounds in 2019 elections with 46% women in the assembly and provincial legislatures and 50 women in the cabinet. Furthermore, 6 out of 11 Eastern Cape cabinet ministers are women, and all the speakers in the national and provincial legislatures are women. In our province, no national chief whip ongumama siyazinga ngaye. However, the dream depicts some of the negative elements cited by the Hughes. It dries up like a raisin in the sun, and stubbornly, patriarchy refuses to alter itself to ensure these women fight for sound social and economic ideals side by side with men in the manner captured by the founding principle of the Charter. That is, we women do not form a society separate from the men. There is only one society. It is made up of both women and men. As women, we share the problems and the anxieties of our men and join hands with them to remove social evils and obstacles to progress. The picture for the Eastern Cape is more gloomy, Program Director, as the elder have to further contend with being murdered based on accusation of witchcraft, which cannot be verified or proven. And in some areas, as villages found on the eastern side of the province, rape victims are allegedly requested to point out their perpetrator in presence of traditional leadership structure, which is male-dominated. Ezo cases ke ziye zingayi emapoliseni. I put it to this house that the patriarchal society is not ready to face the liberated and empowered woman. It is this liberated woman who threatens to dismantle the patriarchal system from its roots. Men should realize the importance of supporting women in becoming politically, socially, and economically liberated. You should understand and accept that lighting another's candles does not diminish the flame from your own.
I'm tempted to say something.
As I'm about to close, Program Director, allow me to quote Utata Steve Biko.
Half a second.
Open the close. Women must be at the forefront of nation building to bring the women South African citizens together and therefore develop a whole new ethos of human coexistence. Close quote. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Article number 10 and 11, violence against women and health. Manana T. Matebula, Chairperson, Commission for Gender Equality.
Amalama Kosikazi.
Oh, Varimun Wankoka.
Malibongwe. Program Director, thank you very much. All protocol observed. I think the preamble is quite clear. Women want to actually make decisions about their bodies and about their lives. I just want to say that I was given 2 articles to look at. The first article is around violence against women, which states that violence in all forms is endemic in South Africa. And if you look at both domestic as well as sexual violence, both of these are quite pervasive. And women live under threat or have experienced some kind of violence. And many of those that have been violated against actually have experienced secondary victimizations at all stages of the criminal justice system. The second article that I will be talking about very quickly is an article on health that states that health services in South Africa have traditionally been unequal, inaccessible, and inappropriate. So women in South Africa basically have actually not been able to access comprehensive health care, and the lack of basic sustainable services such as water, sanitation, have been denied for the majority of women who live in South Africa, and all of this have actually led into a lot of women and children experiencing health-related diseases. Program Director, the Commission for Gender Equality was established 23 years ago
as a constitutional body. And it was also established under the Constitution, Section 187, as well as the Gender Equality Act, number 39 of 1996, with a clear mandate to promote respect for gender equality in South Africa. So ours has been to monitor compliance by everybody. I'm not going to mention who. So 25 years down the line, later, South African women still battle to achieve true equality, even though our government has actually put in place a number of policies to address victim or violence against women, as well as women's health issues. Let me just mention few policies. I'm not going to go through all of them. The policy under health that we can remember clearly that was put in place was passing of the Choice of Termination of Pregnancy Act in 1996. And that was a policy that was beginning to legalize abortion in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. And we have the Domestic Violence Act, number 1998, that sought to protect women and force police to act if violation takes place. I just want to say that I want to applaud the president for having taken a call to address gender-based violence issues and made this a national agenda. And I know that women who took to the streets on the 1st of August last year are also were listened to by the president in terms of addressing the scourge of gender-based violence in the country. The hosting of the gender-based violence as well as femicide summit in November last year was actually a big stride. And we came out of that summit with a clear declaration which was signed and adopted by the president. And the declaration actually includes the establishment of the national structure that will coordinate the work of gender-based violence in the country. And we are all tasked in terms of making sure that that national strategic plan, as well as the newly established structure, functions in South Africa. So this is a clarion call to say we need to actually make sure that we work collaboratively, we work together in connecting the dots of 1994 a blueprint by the women, and make sure that those dots are connected to the last year's initiatives that are beginning to address gender-based violence as we move forward together. Program Director, what we have done as the Commission for Gender Equality, quickly under this, Article 10, is that we have actually done quite a lot of assessment reports and investigations that are beginning to look at the Charter itself. And we have looked at various departments and the functions of the departments. And some of those departments are departments of justice, and the correctional services, Department of Health, what NPA does, as well as the South African Police Services. And what we found, Program Director, is that the departments have actually taken some steps in terms of addressing some key of the recommendations that came out of our investigations. And a number of those challenges that we still see prevailing was that broadly, the findings indicated that there was a lack of interdepartmental coordination as the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development fails to play its coordination role. And we also realized that the state of facilities and services for victims of violence are generally concerning. And I'm sure you will remember the report that we have just released that was looking at the state of shelters. And I'm not going to go into details there, but the state of shelters is really alarming. And again, we also realize that the NPA, as well as the...
Milo be for 10 minutes. I'm bulang ku 20.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So ni stick ka your request.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
As I move to the next article.
You are wrapping up. You have exhausted 10 minutes already. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Women are
Yes, and the state of the Tutuzela care centers is alarming. Moving quickly to health. Under health, we have realized that quite a number of issues are still outstanding. And what we see under health, basically, program director, is that the point that we really need to make is that women are still not accessing health services as they would have wanted to. I think there is quite a number of issues that we want to highlight here, and those issues relate to sexual and reproductive health, as well as mental health for women in general, and the Commission wishes to make sure that the implementation thereof within the health facilities takes a human rights-based approach. And we are also saying that we hope that the National Health Insurance will begin to address some of the issues that women experience in terms of long distances traveled, the out-of-pocket money that they pay, access to nutrition, access to contraceptives. And I want to also mention that whilst we're struggling with the current contraceptive methods, we have, as the country, introduced a new method, which is implant, that needs to be looked into in terms of its implications. And I want to also stress that as I close, Program Director, that in terms of access, we need to make sure that access to health takes into cognizance that we do have communities and individuals that have been left behind, and those people are people that are living with persons with disabilities, LGBTIQ communities, and sex workers. And we need to move together as we rearrange our health system. I want to thank you, Program Director. Thank you very much.
Article number 12, media. Ms. Gelana Pomsa. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Mama. Madam Gilankulu. Also ngibingelele kumama Sylvia Lucas bekanga ngaphambili. Ngibingelele kusomlomo. Ngibingelele lisekela lakhe. Ngiphinze ngibingelele kuChief Whip wethu. We are very proud that we have ama-Chief Whip abo mama. Sibonga kakhulu. Lesithanda kukusho all protocol observed. Ngoba bazawuthi awusholong awuyini ungasasibingeleli. Thokozani bogogo. What we actually want to talk about here, I think umama osuke lapha phambi emva la engimlandelayo sekakhulumile umama Mathebula ngehealth, but esithanda ukukusho thina la masimile la sithanda ukusho ngoba angezwe sikhuluma ukuthi kambe what is the theme today. So it's very important that we remind one another so that masiphuma la sebesikhumbula. It is of great privilege for me as we are being gathered here today. We are gathered under the theme Gender and Institutionalism towards strengthening the national gender machinery as a response to addressing gender-based violence in South Africa. Madam Chair, ngicela ukucala ngisho ukuthi ngiseta ukukhuluma la. Ngicela kubonga bomama ku PWMSA lekubabe ngama forerunners ethu when we launched the PWMSA nga August 8th 2006. Umma ubaleka Mbethe noma unoluthando Yende. Besingajabula kube besingababona namhlanje kodwa siyazi ukuthi ilona yabo solo iphakathi kwethu. When we launched that PWMSA, we as women, progressive women movement in South Africa. Ngicela kuphinza lapho. Progressive women movement in South Africa. Not any ordinary woman, but a progressive movement. Siyenze ukuthi sihlangane sonke sibone as women because we've got a common challenges as women, apart from our affiliation, wherever political or religious or cultural, whatever. But women do have a common challenge or common challenges. And these common challenges, siwabonile as experiences, despite the democratic dispensation. The degree of social, political, and economic progress was slow for women. Even those women who benefited from the democracy were still confronted by the huge obstacle of patriarchy and all it represents in society. So it was, and it still is. It's an ongoing thing. We are looking at our 25 years with democracy. But if I may say to us, let us put our successes, our strides, and going all over our provinces as a nation. Siyobona ukuthi, yes, something has been done, but more still needs to be done. Okubalulekile kakhulu, we acknowledge the gains we made through enabling policies and legislations. We feel as women, we still need to speak with one voice. One voice. Sivakale yonke indawo sikhuluma ngelizwe liyi-one. And we need to have this inclusive body to address our concerns as a single platform for action, irrespective of race, class, religion, political, and social standing. Our vision as the PWMSA is to promote transformation of South African society into one that is truly non-racial, I said it, non-sexist, through advancing women's socio-economic, political, and cultural conditions. I think that one, yinto lehleli lengeke sibalekele, kufuna sibone ukuthi ekugcineni, when we say we are really emancipated, all of us, yonke indawo, we are kuma rural areas, ufica abomama benze njani, basezingeni eseliphakeme. And sikhulumela ukuthi our human dignity and our rights and our status, ne material condition. If you go all over our country, we are not at par. Abanye bakuphi, baphezulu, abanye baphansi kakhulu, but tina, we are the voices of the women. And we are actually calling upon all of us. Ngoba sayilauncha 2006. I know in the provinces, isaphila, but ihamba kancane njengonwabo. Asayigijime, angisithi isikolo yabasadi ayiduma yenza njani? Yatsama. Nathi asenze njalo. Let's go back, sizama ukuyivuselela. Provinces, districts, branches, sibe phansi. And we are actually saying today, we appreciate the invite to come to the parliament because we needed to say as women, sesiphethe, abafazi baphethe. But it's important that we go down. We are calling upon you, madam, to say, let's take parliament to the women, kubo bonke lezansi. Bayakhalela ukusibona sinje, ngezigqoko zethu ezehlukile. Bangagcini ngama-province abo ukuthi sino MEC uzibani, sino director ubani, kanjani kanjani. Bafuna ukusibona baze basibambe ngesandla. Basibambe ngesandla bahambe nathi. So it's very important that we do that. As we look at our 25 years, let us look at the gains. Can we have something to say, because we do hold women parliament or women gatherings or forums or platforms, and we take recommendations. And these recommendations must be the sessions that we will come up as programs. And allow my recommendations. Our namali, our funding, if I may say, from your province, yipi mali begiwe.
Siyathokoza, mama.
We are actually saying, mama, sisaqeda, sicela ukuthi i-women ministry inikezwe i-budget ezohamba ibona ukuthi senzani ingahlali kuphela presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be presenting standing on my left here because a presentation is going to be projected. So I heard. Ms. Tamara Bram,
Thank you.
over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable Program Director, honorable members of the National Assembly, honorable members of the NCOP, colleagues, friends, sisters, comrades, all protocols observed.
Sorry, Ms. T. The chief whip is saying that she can't see. I think it's not her alone. They want to see you.
You want to see me?
Yes.
I can sit here. Okay, thank you. So thank you for inviting us to participate in this really important conversation. I think that much of what we have heard shapes why we need the NSP. And many of the issues that were raised now under the article speak directly to the National Strategic Plan. It's really good to be in a space of the political movers and shakers in the country, the activists from the women's movement, and engaging with you around the journey we've had so far towards the NSP. On the slide at the moment, we're also wanting to show where the NSP comes from, and it was referred in by the comments from the CGE, that the strategic plan arises from mass mobilization on the 1st of August, women taking to the streets from all walks of life, taking an intersectional approach, disabled women, working women, young women, unemployed women, rural women, saying we want to end this crisis of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. This culminated in the presidential summit on the 1st and 2nd of November 2018, and much of the discussions there were also shaped by the 24 demands that were put forward in August. In the next slide, we see the declaration and the 19 articles that were signed by the president and representatives of civil society, one of those being a structure and a national strategic plan. The next slide speaks to the media headlines, both from very recently in terms of the rape of the baby recently, in terms of the levels of violence historically. And we know that more than half of women murdered or killed by an intimate partner. This talks to the idea of crisis, and that we have more than 5 times the global average for female homicide. So even though we don't have prevalence data, we know that this is a critical issue in our country, and the whole discussion up until now today has also pointed to it. In the next slide, we look a bit at our walk. Honorable Modise spoke about the drafting of the Women's Charter, and very much we're building on that history of a collective approach. And so what I'm sharing is really as a result of collective conversations. We've developed it based on existing documents. We know about the DSD-POA, we know about the declaration and a range of other issues. So we've looked at what exists at the moment, what do we know? What do we need to know more about? And what do we need to know more about is being through discussions and also listening, learning, and co-creating. The next slide does a summary of what the NSP purpose is. The purpose is to provide a multi-sectoral, coherent strategic policy and programming framework to strengthen a coordinated national response to the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide by the government of South Africa and by the country as a whole. And so on the left side, we speak about a vision of all people in South Africa, particularly women and children and women with an X. All women are and feel safe. And we know that links to the outcome 3 of the National Development Plan. And then we identify a number of principles around which the NSP is framed. And we can move on to the next slide. We also are saying that the NSP is obviously needs to be harmonized and aligned with a range of both international as well as local policies and legislations, including the SDGs that the country is reporting on, the Constitution, and very importantly, the White Paper on Safety and Security. In the next slide, and this slide really comes from a range of discussions of how we've analyzed the problem. And I think some of the key things, we're saying it's a crisis, both because of the magnitude, how big the problem is, also that we come from a history of institutionalized violence in this country that were referred to in previous inputs, and that violence has very much become normalized in the way we respond to children, in the way we talk to each other, in the way we function. And so we're saying that in order for us to have a forward-looking NSP, it's really important that we link gender-based violence to overall crime and violence, but that we also take a whole of society approach as articulated in the White Paper. So the NSP is then, we're saying multi-sectoral, intersectional, and bottom-up, rooted from the bottom. And at the top, we identify that for us to move this issue forward, we need to harness everybody to respond to it. All of us need to be involved. We need to address the structural drivers, the economic drivers, the socio-cultural drivers, many of which have been commented on earlier. We need to stop violence before it happens, which talks to prevention. We need to enforce, implement, and adopt laws and policies. We need to provide victim-centered, one of the previous speakers spoke about that, victim-centered and survivor-focused, accessible quality services. We need to enhance, break away from the silos and enhance strategic, institutional, and resourcing cohesion. And very importantly, we need to elevate accountability at all levels. So the core strategies that we're talking about moving into the next 10 years, in thinking about the NSP, we've aligned it with the NDP for 10 years and the NSP specifically for the next 5 years. And in that, we're speaking about strengthened accountability, bold leadership, and addressing the social fabric, the brokenness, and really having a focus on healing. These strategies and that analysis takes us to the 6 outcomes that we currently have in the NSP, which is on the following slide.
Believing that you are wrapping up now.
Okay, I'll talk very, so I'll talk very quickly, give me 2 minutes.
Just wrap up.
Program director. Okay, so I won't talk to the slide, but we have 6 outcomes that relate to the areas I spoke to. If we could move down to the slide with the pictures. Yeah, that slide. And so just to say that Honorable Deputy Minister Mkhize spoke about the fact that we're going out into different communities and we're talking to people about what we have in the NSP. So far, we've run 9 provincial consultations. We've gone to women on farms. We've gone to women in Umtata. We've gone to women in the Eastern Cape, Limpopo. And we're asking what's happening with the violence, how do you understand it, and how do we need to respond? And we're getting lots of guidance. And I think one of the key issues is we're on the right track in terms of addressing structural drivers. We need to really harness and strengthen locally based structures for safety and healing. We need to prioritize parenting interventions. We need to address alcohol abuse that feeds into gender-based violence. We need to look at issues like safe transport, critical toxic gender norms. We need to work with religious and cultural leadership. And we really need to integrate and look at the interconnection between poverty eradication programs and gender-based violence. And we need to make sure that it continues to speak to the specific needs of specific groups of women, young women, disabled women, elderly women, trans women, lesbian women, all women in this country. So I just wanted to say that I think we've reached a critical point in our history where we're all coming together a time to work together, to bring about change. We know that we have the resilience and the commitment to tackle this together. And the more we have these conversations, the more there's a resounding voice from the ground saying, we can do this together. We all have a responsibility. Government has a responsibility, but everybody in this country has a responsibility to reweave our social fabric in a way that humanizes us, that protects our children, that protects our women, and takes us to a new place that we've always wanted to walk towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call upon the speaker who's going to deal with what needs to happen for the NGM to have teeth in addressing gender-based violence, the key critical points of intervention. Ms. Amanda House from the University of Stellenbosch.
Good morning. It's an honor for me to address you this morning. Honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament and participants. I just want to say a little bit about myself so that you know where I'm speaking from. I hold a chair of gender politics at Stellenbosch University that's funded by the Department of Science and Technology. But I've always been an activist, a feminist activist, and I've also been a commissioner for the Commission for Gender Equality from 2012 to 2014. During the transition period, I was deeply involved with the Women's National Coalition. I was on the steering committee of the Western Cape and part of the process that culminated in the Women's Charter. So, as an academic, I hosted the conference on the 26th and the 27th of July this year. And in that room, I gathered together academics, members of government, members of structures like the Commission for Gender Equality, of the Ministry for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, also from provincial governments, and members of civil society, like the Women's Legal Centre and the Women and Democracy Initiative at the University of the Western Cape. So the idea of this conference was to just take stock of what's happened to the national gender machinery, the architecture that was negotiated during the transition. And the consensus at the conference was that we've lost many of the structures, but that there's also now a window of opportunity. What we have is the Ministry for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, the Commission for Gender Equality and the Portfolio Committee on Women. And the reason why it's a window of opportunity is that we now have a new National Assembly after the election. We have a new Minister of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, and we have new commissioners at the Commission for Gender Equality. So this is a historic moment, 25 years after the writing of the Charter, that also coincides with a crisis of gender-based violence as expressed by #TotalShutdown. Right now, in the provinces, we also have the consultations on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, as this previous speaker has explained to us. I attended the consultation for the Western Cape last week. So let me ask you this. Why is a consultation process on the Women's Charter needed? The demands that was included in the Women's Charter has been taken up in the Bill of Rights, most of them. So would you actually want to revise the Bill of Rights? You have consultations going on right now, and with you I also include myself because I see myself as part of these processes. What is needed is implementation. I am not the first person here today to say, let's focus on implementation. Article 10 of the Charter, the Women's Charter states, inter alia, and this is on gender-based violence, the state is responsible for public education, for trained personnel where women report cases, appropriate police training, and accessible and affordable shelters. So what is needed is oversight processes that are facilitated by different state departments to implement legislation and the victim empowerment strategy. We need to take out the victim empowerment strategy and make sure that it gets implemented. What better mechanism is there than the Women's Ministry? And I think that the one structure that really was very important in oversight and looking at the coordination between departments, as was also mentioned here by the chair of the CGE, was the Joint Monitoring Committee on the Quality of Life and the Status of Women. So we need to think that maybe that is the one structure we need to reintroduce or to revive if it's still actually functioning within in the state. This needs to happen in tandem with the Commission for Gender Equality. The Commission is a Chapter 9 body with the power to subpoena structures in state and civil society that do not comply with the mandates that they are supposed to comply with. The chair of the Commission for Gender Equality, for example, noted the report on shelters. When I was a commissioner, we wrote that report. We did 6 months of research on shelters and what subsidies needed to keep them going and to make sure that they are not under-resourced and underfunded. I think that there are many reports at the Commission for Gender Equality that needs to be looked at so that we don't have to repeat certain research and certain processes. If we have a charter review process now, it will be very costly and we will hear the very same things we already know. So when I attended the consultations on a national strategic plan on gender-based violence, I was deeply struck by how tired and despondent women are about gender-based violence. They understand the roots of the violence. They want something to be done about the violence. So the three structures of the national gender machinery that we are left with, the Ministry, the Portfolio Committee on Women, and the Commission for Gender Equality, combined with structures in the provinces, together can make a huge difference to the implementation of legislation if they work together with women in civil society. What really made the difference in 1994 was that close working relationship between the women's movement and women in the state. And we need to revive also that relationship between the state, the structures in the state, and women in civil society.
Thank you.
The structures, in conclusion, have the power and authority given to them by their mandates. Please use these structures for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Whip, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Chairperson of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. As the Chairperson of Multi-Party Women Caucus, I've got a concern. There are 3 provinces that are not appearing in our program. I don't know what's happening with the women from those 3 provinces. So, believing that Chairperson will take it up together. If it needs us to visit them down there, we have to do so. Thank you very much. From me, Kensani Bilankulu Nihela Kwala. Say in Karuaba Mwanyani, I will call upon the program directors that will take over from now onwards. Who is Honorable Ndaba, the Chairperson of Women, and Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Over to you, my friend. Halala, Babasati halala.
Ibamben, iwe bafazi. Ibamben, beni we mbogo. Ibamben,
iwe bafazi.
Ibamben,
Ibamben.
yo yo isipamo salabafazi asinkumbuzo Winnie Mandela yesipamo salabafazi asinkumbuzo Winnie Mandela wibambeni webafazi wibambeni wemboko wibambeni webafazi wibambeni wemboko isipamo salabafazi sinkumbuza Winnie Mandela isipamo salabafazi sinkumbuza Winnie Mandela ibambeni oh ibambeni wezinsizwa oh ibambeni iwebafazi oh ibambeni yo 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 isipamo salabafazi senkumbuza Winnie Mandela isipamo salabafazi senkumbuza Winnie Mandela amandla
awethu
wathinta abafazi
wathinta imbokodo
wathinta imbokodo
wathinta abafazi
uzakufa nya finish. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Honorable Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, Nyanbulisa Sanbonan. You know, most of the speakers, if we have time, I was gonna comment because all your speeches, you know, they make a person not to keep quiet, but to say something. I think the last speaker, Professor House, you were talking about the report on CGE, on the research that was done. And I think if you can furnish us as the portfolio committee with that report, so that we can look at the research that was done at that time, on how did you finalize your recommendations, so that as the portfolio committee, you can then take them forward. Because I think it's critical for us, especially at this time. So we'll request you to give us even the recommendations that you were reading, because I don't think you have finished all your recommendations because due to time constraints, but I would like you to just finish us with those resolutions and that report also. She's gone. I don't know where are we gonna get her, but whoever, the deputy speaker is here, so we'll get it. Without any waste of time, but before that, I will also, Chief Whip and Deputy Speaker, want to commend the work, the CGE, in terms of the work that they are doing in trying to address the inequalities and issues of gender-based violence. They are doing a sterling job. But I'm sure what needs to be done also, Chairperson of CGE, you need to publicize your law clinics that you are having in all the provinces, so that women must know exactly where can they find your offices, because it's important for them to know, because they are there in all 9 provinces, but you know, when you don't have information on where are they, then it's a problem. Without any waste of time, I will call upon the minister. According to our program, it's supposed to be the DA, but due to other commitments that the Minister of Public Works is having, she has requested that we put her first. So I'm calling upon Ms. P. Delil, MP, leader of Good Party.
Thank you. And Chairperson, thank you for accepting my apology. I have to fly back again to Pretoria. I came specially for the Women's Parliament today. And I want to greet all my sisters and brothers that are here, the presiding officers. Thank you for putting this together. But Chairperson, I do think there's a need for us to raise our voice. We need to raise the tone of what we are saying and what we want to do. And I'm saying this because I will give you a list, and there are many more. We must do it because of Anine Boysen, Anastasia Vissers, Courtney Peterson, Zara Hector, Karaba Mukena, Lynette Folsking, Anthea Tops, Megan Creamer, the 6-year-old that was gunned down, Nitla Pinal, just the other day. Because of them, there are a long list of women that are dying violently almost every day in our country. And they are our sisters, they are our mothers, they are our children. So the femicide is unacceptably high in our country. And therefore, we must now begin to do what we must do. We have got enough plans, we've got enough policies, we've got a good constitution, we've got good laws. The time has come to, one, enforce those laws, but secondly, design a program of action. I think when the women leave here from Parliament, they must feel motivated and inspired to be part of a program of action that we can all carry out when we go out here today. Yes, I support the Women's Charter, and I think it's a very good initiative. But again, you know, we need to design an implementation plan for the Women's Charter so that we can start acting. You know, we have seen in our country many of these laws, and many of them have been amended and they've been changed. And it's all about what women must do. Now, you don't need to be a black person to fight racism. You don't need to be a gay person to fight homophobia. And you don't need to be a woman to fight for gender equality. We need to mobilize the whole of society that we can all begin to take on this scourge. But I want to speak briefly to all of us as mothers. We must begin to start with gender equality right inside our own homes. We are bringing up these little brats. We spoil the boy child, and one day when that boy child goes out, he expects his wife and partner to do the same. We must begin to give that equality for the girl child right inside our houses, and that we need to make sure that we treat our children equally and bring them up equally. My office had engagement with 2 women's organizations during the week that are taking up some of these issues. They've empowered themselves and they empower communities to go out and take some action against it. But I want to remind us what our late father of our nation, Tata Madiba, said. He said, freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. But today, women are still slaves of violence and patriarchy. Then we know the gender-based violence summit by President Cyril Ramaphosa and the plan of action that they've produced. I think that Parliament must provide oversight and Parliament must get involved in rolling out that plan of action. Now, we've seen just a few weeks ago the big cry over months and years to deploy the army to the Cape Flats. Yes, I will agree with that. But what do we need more? We need an army of social workers. We need an army of fighters. We need an army of empowered women. Because those of us who are empowered already, what are we doing? We need an army of empowered women led by our speaker, Thandi Modise. She can be the general of that army because she was involved in the armed struggle in our fight for liberation. An army of police alone is not going to do it. Now, we can continue talking for the next 25 years, but, you know, the killing continues, and so I have a proposal today that, yes, we've got a lot of laws, but we also have to assess those laws and see whether they are making any changes, because certainly the law is now not
Minister,
a deterrent.
please wrap up.
So I want to wrap up by asking the speaker to lead us and reviewing our laws so that we have laws in place that can deter these violent crimes. But I also feel that as women, that we have, after we have spoken about our problems and we leave this room, we go on suffering exactly the same way like we do every day. As women, we think that pain is normal. Pain is not normal. We must fight against pain that we endure on a daily basis, and we must support our sisters out there that is not empowered. That's why we have been elected to lead in this country, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Honorable Sharif.
Malibongwe. Good afternoon. Today we meet here to discuss, share knowledge and experiences on one of the most severe challenges that this country is facing: gender-based violence and femicide. The continuous sexual violations, murder and abuse of those who identify as women and those who do not conform to gender norms in this country has reached a crisis point. A crisis of unimaginable and heinous proportions that has instilled fear and doubt in many amongst us about the prospects and the future of this country. As a country, we cannot pride ourselves of a better and a promising future for as long as the scourge of violence against those who identify as women and the LGBTIQA+ community remain an order of the day. The fact that the rate of femicide in South Africa is reported to be amongst the highest globally is of great concern. It is 5 times higher than the global average. Women live in constant fear in almost all environments and social settings because of the many male-dominated spheres of society, as well as the poor conviction rate of perpetrators. We don't hear many of these cases every day. We don't feel the pain that our children must endure by the hands of strangers and by the hands of those they trust. We sweep the cries of women and children under the carpet because we perpetuate shame and enable an environment of violence. We tell our girl child that this matter will be dealt with as a family, thus encouraging secrecy. We keep quiet because we hardly believe the survivor in defense of a man's reputation. Too often, it is the systems and processes that leave survivors of GBV, rape, and abuse without justice and without faith in the criminal justice, in the police, policymakers, social workers, and essentially government. The lack of police presence, the lack of rape kits at police stations, the lack of working streetlights, the lack and almost non-existent access to trauma counseling and psychological help, and the low prosecution rate are all detrimental to the fight against GBV and femicide. Sihle Sikoji was 19 years old when she was stabbed to death with a spear by a group of men because she was lesbian. Many lesbian women are victims of femicide and corrective rape, whereby men sexually assault women in order to supposedly convert them to be heterosexual. In May 2017, Lerato Moloi was allegedly a victim of corrective rape and found dead in Naledi. In the same month, 2 young women were found dead in Naledi and Tladi. There are many more cases like this that do not make it out into the public knowledge, especially because of the lack of correct information and data from police stations and social workers. The LGBTIQA+ community become targeted victims of sexual assault because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Many of the service breakdowns are exacerbated by homophobic attitudes and notions about legitimacy of victims. We must ensure that cases involving the LGBTIQA+ community are properly investigated and more attention is formally given to the hate crime element at the prosecution level. As a country, we must start to improve the reporting of rape and murder and therefore increase conviction rates. We must ensure the full-scale rollout and correct use of efficient DNA and fingerprint scanning. It is of utmost importance that to effectively train, sensitize, and develop detectives and the SAPS as well as Metro Police special task teams to specifically target serial rapists and acts of femicides. Specialized police task teams must be established to investigate acts of femicide, in particular urban and rural areas where the violent trend of killing women for various reasons is rife. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide must provide for better service delivery for victims of violence, but must also look at critical primary prevention aspects of GBV and the need to roll out prevention programs that address harmful gender norms and masculinity, and equitable relationships between men and women alike. The battle against violence and those who identify as women is a battle for the soul of this country and its people. It is a battle we must continue to wage on all fronts. We cannot despair. We must forever strive to find new ways and new information that will set us up for a new dawn in the struggle against GBV and femicide. From today on and every single day, we must stand up and work tirelessly to ensure that we remove all barriers in place for the emancipation
Honorable
of those who
Sharif.
identify as women and the LGBTIQA+ community, but we must do it together. I thank you.
Our next speaker is Honorable Jordan.
Madam Program Director, the state must be the enabler of people. The state must enable us, the people, to live free and prosperous lives by ensuring proper service delivery, safety and security, economic growth, peace and prosperity through the proper controls and good governance. We, the people, must enable each other to do the same through mutual respect and love for our fellow man. And I will continue where the Honourable Dillon left off. We and the state, however, have failed Anine Boysen. We have failed Karabo Mokoena. We have failed Inge Lotz, Lekita Moore, Annika Smit, Lee Matthews, Martella Steenkamp, Naledi Letoba, Naledi Chaka, Riva Steenkamp, Winnie Rest, Zanele Kumalo, Megan Creamer, Shaldine Himan, and Anna Cornelius. The state has failed in enabling these victims of gender-based violence to live free, prosperous and safe lives by allowing our society to become one where victims are continuously victimized, first by the perpetrator and then by the system. Shortages of sexual assault kits, which is actually only now being addressed, insensitive treatment of victims, which is happening in practice, a disgraceful public healthcare system and inadequate victim support and failed prosecutions being only a few of the reasons. We have failed because we have allowed ourselves to be led down this path of utter disregard for our basic human rights. We allowed the state to enable perpetrators in each case to trample on the very basic human rights of Courtney Peters and Danush Witboy, of Annie Devani, Anika Fakir, Valencia Farmer, Tembisile Yende, Chanel Houg, Marna Engelbrecht, Maimi Fraser, Nikita Lewis, Nolene Kukumur, Natasha Mans, Siam Lee, Angela Marinas, and Agnes Msiza. It is time to take back our power as women and demand that our basic human rights be respected and protected at all costs. A government that prioritizes the safety and security of its citizens is not negotiable. Better service delivery, policing, healthcare, and a functional and enabled justice system is a must. We can no longer allow for the law-abiding citizens of South Africa to be held ransom by a criminal element who has no respect for human life, our dignity, and the property of others. Criminal elements who had no respect for the lives and dignity of Amber Strydom, Christel Steenkamp, June Neft, Gio Arendse, Sadika Newman, Jill Packham, Susan Rowdy, Francisca Blochlinger, Lerato Molloy, Anthea Thops, Brenda Rwando, and Viwe Dalingozi. It is our responsibility to hold the state accountable for our protection and the prosperity and every citizen and prevent another Renate Kellerman, Nadia Strydom, Joliswa Sibia, Jodine Pieters, Zara Hector, Lynette Volskink, Teresa van Breda, Babungile Nzama, Brenda Fairhead, Kia Fairhead, Christel Steenkamp, Dimakatso Ndarala, Edwina Thomas, Elrise Juries, Esmeralda Isaacs, Fatima Patel, Felicia October, Gail Benting, Helen Lotter, Itumeleng Sanase, Jade Panayoto, Renee Slater, and Ria Oosthuizen. Ceremonial public holidays and cosmetic awareness campaigns such as Women's Month is not enough. Awareness of gender-based violence and the plight of women who are subjected to it on a daily basis should be created every day of every month of every year. Women should be empowered and enabled to break free from continuous abuse or defend themselves when under attack. We must stop talking, Honourable Deputy Minister, and take action. Even in this Women's Parliament today, we are all talking, but it will amount to nothing if we do not start taking action. No amount of talking has stopped the violence or will bring back Alice Lotter, Cameron Brits, Cecile Potgieter, Chanel Henning, Danielle Rooskrans, Elaine Venter, Nozipo Jacobs, Chanel Henning, Gabasile Shabane, Genevieve Assegaai, Almien Stein, Anisha van die Kerk, Hester Wessels, Janet Delport, Joey van die Kerk, Liesel Nel, Marilyn Moses, Evangeline Brockman, Odette Boucher, Mishka Peterson, Shafika Peterson, Stacey Adams, Hope Zinde, Litemba Jama, or Poppy van der Merwe, and the list can go on for hours. The time for talking is over. I thank you.
Negative. Our next speaker is Honorable Sukars.
Thank you. Minister, honorable members and guests, and in particular my special guest here today with me, whose programs are impacting and empowering the lives of many women, Alethea Bester, representative of Remarkable, and Helga Jacobs, founder of Shine. Both these women are running programs in our communities that are affecting the women that needs it most. I was taught courage by my mother, an illiterate farm worker who walked out of an abusive relationship with only the clothes on her back and 3 young children. There are many women like my mother who need the courage to leave or seeks justice for what has been done to them. And we need to provide them with the means to access that courage. In addressing gender-based violence, there are 2 critical points to emphasize: the availability of help on time and in time for those affected by abuse. Women are often forced to stay in the same environment as their abusers, putting them and their children in harm's way over and over again. Integrated intervention programs that would assist women to escape abuse and find refuge for themselves and their children is critical to break the cycles of poverty and of abuse. Abusive environments are fertile ground for those who exploit vulnerable women and children to further criminal networks. South Africa needs provision of residential and care facilities for abused women and people with special housing needs. There is a long backlog and many shelters need funding. This was the finding of the report released by the Commissioner for Gender Equality in June. The Commissioner, Mr. Tabiseng Moleko, said all shelters in South Africa are really crying out for funding. My apologies. In highlighting this plight, Commissioner Moleko said that shelters funded by government are often funded late, and some shelters are highly equipped with enough staff, while others are located in converted shipping containers. Currently, there are no national human settlements program by which non-profits can access capital funding to build places of refuge for abused women. The ACDP is again calling out for this acute problem to be addressed by special needs housing, for special needs housing to be made available. This time last year, President Ramaphosa said he was hurt and ashamed by the personal accounts of abuse he heard at the Summit on Gender-Based Violence and femicide in Centurion. So the ACDP appealed to the President to champion the special needs housing policy, to intervene and get the policy approved and implemented. Here today, we wish to make the same appeal again for this to be addressed with urgency. Getting this policy approved and implemented would immediately assist those working on the ground to turn the situation around and offer real help in the face of real danger. It is nearly 25 years since the plea for assistance was raised in 1995. In March 2015, a special housing policy was developed by the Policy Directorate at NDHS. It has been ready to go and waiting for final approval for nearly 5 years now. In addressing gender-based violence, as the Women's Parliament discusses various strategic plans, the role of SALGA, the role and funding of police, customs, culture, religion, it is meaningless if we don't act to give battered and raped women the refuge and facilities that they need. The ACDP wants to appeal to the Minister to not let another year go by without this policy being signed off and implemented. Women and children who are being bashed and bloodied must have shelter to escape the bullies, and their well-being is in your hands. In closing, I wish to remind this Parliament of African women not to abandon our faith as we face crises in our nation.
Yeah.
It is a woman judge who made the pronouncement to a general in the Old Testament. And she said, God gives victory today, not to you, but he places it in the hands of a woman. I want to remind South African women, what makes us strong is our faith.
Yeah.
What makes us conquer is our faith. What helps us overcome is our faith. And I thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Honorable Sukers. Our next speaker is Ms. Ayanda Moko. Oh, from UDM. I'm sorry. Why didn't I show tell Bong?
Honorable Honor, Chairperson of the Municipality Women's Council and its members, ladies and gentlemen, the UDM Democratic Movement would like to stay by commending the 6th Parliament of using that it is women's parliament seats. Ladies and gentlemen, most of our policies that speak to this issue of the women's today nearly exist in the name. We know this because we are witness of lack of their infiltration of ladies' species. For instance, women still find themselves several marginalized from form economical activities and remain the worst affected by poverty, fair, gender-based, violent, hot topic and good reason. Our policies and are affected. The first thing the UDM would like to propose in perhaps an audit to reflect on the current policies of order to argue what works and what doesn't work. Bomama ndicela uthetha isiXhosa kakhulu.
We are free to do that.
Isizathu soba ndithetha isiXhosa komama bamamele ekhaya bathetha ngoba xa sithetha kule ndawo kuthetha abantu abaphumeleleyo bodwa because abayiva le nto ithethwayo neentlungu zabo bengazifilishi zisenzeka kubantu abama kule ndawo. Zimbokodo zasekhaya singobona abantu bacinizelekileyo. Abantu abasezantsi abayifumenanga inyweba yoba bakwazi uma kwezi ndawo bachaza ingxaki zabo. Ungathi ungazinika ithuba ungene kwindlu nendlu umamele imeko omama abaphila kuzo zimbi kakhulu. Ndingomnye omama abahlukumezekileyo, intombazana yami ine-4 years ireyitshwa ngumfana ona 42 this year. Umthathe wamfaka etoilet wamfaka ulwimi wamkhupha umntana ngokondweba waphuma wabaleka. Ubalekile umntana wazendlini wafika wayithetha ingxaki. Ndathi ngoxakwa kuba umfana ndihlala kunye naye. Hlala kwa-70 yena uhlala kwa-71. Ndaxakwa kuba ndingumntu ongumama. Endaweni yoba kwindawo endihlala kuyo kwalanga kubanjwe umdlwenguli kubanjwe mna. Ndilele epolice station iweekend ndinganikwa kutya ndinganikwa amanzi ngenxa yoveza uba umntana wam uphuncukwe kwisidlwengu esingangotatakhe. Siqokelelene singomama abahlala kwalanga sizama ukuyilwa le nto. Endaweni yoba kubanjwe isidlwengu siphinde sabanjwe silele epolice station kabini singomama abalwela amalungelo ethu. Ndicela bomama sizama ushukuma sibambisane noba uko uphumbutho uyawuhlala ungumama. Noba ukumbutho ongekhoyo kule ndawo kuyo kodwa zama uphakamisa igama lomuntu ongumama kwindawo ohlala kuyo. Ndicela ubunye kule ndawo. Ndicela imvumelwano yoba xa into yenzeke next door mayifane uba yenzeke kwam. Mandingahlekisi ngomama otyiwa zizihlangu ecaleni kwendlu zibe nezam ziphela amacala. Singumbutho we-UDM bomama sicela uba kwizinto ebezimandethiwe kumgaqo ongaphambili omama sibe nento esizilungisayo kuba kukho indawo esingakwazi ungena kuzo simandeyithwa yimigaqo yendawo esiphila kuso. Ndiyacela bomama kubi ngaphandle. Sinabantwana abangena esikoleni afeyila iminyaka ibe mithathu kunzima uthetha. I-abuse iqala kumama wakhe kubulelwe ngumama utata omncinci wakhe. Ndicela sishukumeni kubi ngaphandle. Kunjawo nje kodwa uze kube kanti yonke into iyenzeka kuphakame thina bomama. Sihlaba ikhwelo kwesingabantu be-UDM sithi phambili ngomama phambili. Wathinta imbokodo wathinta abafazi enkosi.
Thank you very much, Mama. Ngenhlanhla CGE is here. And CEO and chairperson of CGE, may you please follow up on what that Mama was saying now? Because as women, we can't keep quiet. When a person raises something that is like this, you must stand up there and there. I think it's something that we need to learn and not prolong issues. When somebody comes to your office and say, here's a problem, we need to jump. All of us. So I think we are here, Mabato. And umama umbonile nangiya. Bazaza kuwe mama. Bazothetha nawe. Our next speaker is Ms. Kay Baloyi from NFP. Ms. Kay Baloyi from NFP. In fact, speakers who was supposed to be debating, I think what is easier is for you to come and sit next to the podium, so that when we call you, you are nearer, rather than you are busy walking around the house. So please come sit nearer. Over to you.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Ministers, Members of Parliament, political leaders, organizations, guests, and students. My name is Kelly Beloy. I am a social justice activist, political science graduate, founder of Girls Leading Change, and feminist. Honorable Chair, Angela Davis says something so profound. She says, revolution is a serious thing. The most serious thing about a revolutionary's life is when one commits oneself to the struggle, it is a lifetime. Honorable Chair, I am so burdened this afternoon by the reality of South African women. Violence against women is widespread. Global studies suggest that overall Africa has some of the highest rates of physical, sexual, intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence in the world, with 45.6% of women experiencing one or more episodes of this violence in their lifetime, compared to a global average of 35.2%. Altogether, gender and sexual-based violence in South Africa is a widespread and common problem which is increasingly normalized and underreported. Honorable Chair, as women, we fear our lives in most, if not all, spaces we occupy, whether at school. A report by the Human Rights Watch, Scared at School, showed that girls in South Africa schools were confronted with high levels of violence from male learners and educators, but only a few of them reported, because they learned that not only is sexual violence inescapable, but submission is an important survival skill. Honorable Chair, on holidays, South Africa is top 3 of 8 factors as the worst country in women's safety to walk alone at night, intentional homicide of women, and non-partner sexual violence, according to Women's Danger Index 2019. Honorable Speaker, in our workplaces, in our workspaces that we are occupying, Honorable Chair, let us not exclude the space that we are occupying right now. Women occupying this very space have been a victim of some sort of violence, the very space that mandate is to uphold and protect us. Honorable Chair, we believe that we do not lack mechanisms and processes to combat gender-based violence. Chairperson, we lack aggression and willingness as a country to implement. South Africa has the most progressive laws and policies in the world, but the problem lies in implementation of these laws and policies to protect women and to provide comprehensive services to victims. Honorable Chair, Malebo Supodi says something so profound. She says, "Oh child, look within, find your foremothers, find them, find them." That to me means that women of South Africa, let us take everything that the women before us fought for. Women, I take this opportunity not for myself, but for us, for we are disrupting the political and the social status quo. I know we will be seeing more women in politics, business, and science and technology, all these spaces that excluded us. Women, it is time to rise. It is time to take our rightful place in society. In the words of Kenyan environmental political activist Wangari Maathai, finally, I was able to see that if I had a contribution I wanted to make, I must do it. Despite what others said, that I was okay the way I was, that it was all right to be strong. As a young woman in leadership, I will always be indebted to the women of the 1950s that gave me the courage to stand, as well as Honorable Speaker Thandi Modise for opening Parliament for this cause. However, the fight is not over. We will continue to fight for harsher punishment for perpetrators, economic emancipation for women, and gender equality in all spheres. Honorable Speaker, I might never get the opportunity to do what I'm doing right now, but it is important that I mention brave women who spoke up and fought and lost their lives due to gender violence. Nkensani Masego, Rhodes University student, Keenan van Reelsveld, my colleague that works with me in this space. Sasha Ardens dumped on his soccer field in Tafelsig. 13-year-old Renee Roman found dead covered in a carpet. Hannah Cornelius, Lynette Forskenk, Naledi, Cynthia Naidu, Tisha Naidu, Cheryl Zondo, Karabu Mukwena, Courtney Peters. We have heard their names today, and we will hear it until we go on. Honorable Chair, I wish I could stand here this morning and boast about how amazing it is to be a woman and celebrate womanhood. But it is important to remember that one woman's fear is same as many other. One woman's victory is another woman's dream. But one woman's voice is the key to unlock the voices of many women who have been silenced by a patriarchal system. Honorable Chair, I would like to quote Farah O'Connor. We call her the Pitbull in Hills in South Africa. She tweeted yesterday, "Besides God, there is nothing you should fear more than a woman who isn't scared anymore. Scared of being threatened, scared of being embarrassed, just scared in general. We are most powerful when we no longer fear in your cancer."
Thank you, young woman. Our next speaker is from the AIC, Mr. L.M. Nchaisa. Oh, the power,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Of course, I was born in this very month of August, 19 so and so, born of a woman, Mazulu Kalimesha. So I'm proud now to deliver a speech in the National Parliament, rather, Women's Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, can I just acknowledge the presence of my former mayor, who is a woman, in the Matate local municipality, who was doing very well. Tombo Vuyo Kumbana, there she is.
Buyekai.
Chairperson, biblically, I'm reminded of a woman that was brought before Jesus Christ, accused of having committed adultery. The interesting part of it was that the woman, rather the man with whom he was committing this adultery, was not brought before Jesus Christ. That is why Jesus Christ made it simply that those who had no sin should be first one to throw stones. They all disappeared. So he made it simple. Chairperson, I think it is time now that we come and reason together so that we implement the so-called the Women's Charter. So it will be the Women's Charter now when it's being implemented. The preamble to the Women's Charter takes its cue from the primordial preamble of the 1993 Constitution, which laid the foundations for a quote, equality between men and women and people of all races, so that all citizens shall be able to enjoy and exercise their fundamental rights and freedoms, unquote. The 1994 Women's Charter, in particular, underscores the spirit of our collective aspirations, as it provides as follows, I quote, "For decades, patriarchy, colonialism, racism, and apartheid have subordinated and oppressed women within political, economic, and social life. Even our courts and the various stakeholders as flag bearers and our parties have been able to give expression to Charter's goals. In dismantling patriarchy, the patriarchy that is most hated by women, and in the skewed power relations, our courts have pronounced the young women are also entitled to benefit from the estate of their deceased family heads. In a case between Bear versus Khayelitsha Magistrate, the Constitutional Court said the following on this matter, that the role of male patriarchy limits the rights of women to be considered for succession to the position and status of deceased family head cannot be gainsaid. They are excluded regardless of their availability and suitability to acquit themselves in that very position. They are overlooked in circumstances where they may be the only child of the deceased, nor does it matter that they may have contributed to the acquisition or prevention of the family property, unquote. Our court's chairperson have ordered the government to provide never-parent to pregnant HIV-positive mothers. They have compelled the government to provide HIV/AIDS treatment to all South Africans, including women. So that's a great stand on the part of our government. Parliament has also entered the fray, passing laws ranging from Domestic Violence Act to protect women against violence. The Maintenance Act, which is very much hated by some of the women who do not want to take part in maintenance in order to compel men to maintain their children. The Promotion of Equality and the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which gives expression to the notion of equality, and the Civil Union, which allows members of LGBTQI community to enter into a civil union. Chairperson, the inauguration of Women's Parliament, particularly in the Sixth Parliament, has built on the tremendous work already begun by the various role players. It must probe also the structural barriers to entry for women in the economy, start closing the Employment Equity Report, then devise the means to tackle policy lapses in relation to women empowerment and provide for the conditions in which there's a mindset change in the workplace towards women. The legislative oversight by Parliament is but one critical aspect for the lifestyle attitude towards women empowerment. We need brave women and women who are joined by a common vision of gender justice, equality, and human rights. Parliament must keep the Gender Commission on its toes. It must insist on improved outcomes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yeah, thank you.
Masibonge, Baba. Thank you very much, honorable members, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, for affording me, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to chair this session. And I'm not sharing alone, I'm co-chairing with Honorable Sheriff, who's one of the members of our portfolio committee for women and youth and persons living with disability. So she'll be chairing this session. Over to you, Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister, Chief Whip of Parliament, all honorable members, provincial guests, provincial representatives and guests. I will be taking over for the next couple of speakers before we break for lunch. And I'm sure many people are getting a little bit hungry, but let's continue with the session. I'd like to call up Ms. T. Marawu from ATM.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and all protocol observed. Ndizawuqala ngokuthi bethuna abakwazi uthandaza mabathandaze, abaphosa amathambo baphosa amathambo. Sithandazele uyinene Mkhwetyana akhawuleza afumaneke. Siphinde sithandazele uNombeko Qalaka waseBhayi. Uyinene kulomntwana ebehambe ngomgqibelo esuka esikolweni eUCT. Siphila ke kwilizwe linjalo sithi lento sithi ke abakwazi uthandaza mabathandaze. We are agreeing that there are a number of legislation which has been passed by Parliament and others have been reviewed. But the problem is that all of them are not assisting in terms of changing the situation we are in as women. I will move to a premise of focusing on all the oversight bodies within the Parliament, starting with the Ministry on Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. If you first look at that department, the budget of that department will not assist us to fulfill what we're expecting as women of this country. The sooner the better the issue of the budget of that department is addressed. They will be able to address some of the issues we have raised here that are of serious concern to women. The National Gender Machinery, other oversight body, look at the budget of that machinery, which is allocated to them, and are expecting to do oversight and address all the issues that we have addressed here as women, but they cannot move at all. Chapter 9 institutions, your Commission on Gender Equality, your Human Rights Commission, your Public Protector, etc. There is no way that a Commission on Gender Equality can have one office in a province. I'll cite an example of Eastern Cape, when you'll get that office in East London. Imagine Eastern Cape is rural in nature. How come will be a woman from Bizana travel to East London when she is sexually abused or any type of abuse she's experiencing? There is no way. And they are supposed to go out of the offices, visit different rural areas, but because of financial constraints, they cannot move. The same as Human Rights Commission, the same as Public Protector, who are supposed to go out. They cannot rely on desktop report. They have to go out there, but because of the financial constraints, they cannot do their core functions. So the sooner the better that the Parliament addresses the issues of engendered budget, so that at least asithethe izinto ezingaphumeleliyo apha. Coming to a girl child, statistics are showing us that 30% of girls miss days of schools due to menstruation cycle. Until Parliament passes a law for free and compulsory sanitary pads for all public schools, Parliament is complicit in gender-based violence. So the earlier the better we embark on that. Women and economy. You know, the inclusion and economic independence remains a challenge. We are not there in that space. 70% of women are outside economic mainstream of the country. Siyathanda ke ukoyika sicinga into yoba kuzawuthiwa xenophobic. What we are saying as ATM, sithi thina the sooner the better that in indaba ye-local economy, we cannot be spectators. The microeconomy must be reinforced for South Africans. Sibuyele kwi-general dealers zasemakhaya sasezizando, sithunge singomama sivule iziphaza. That must be confined to South Africans. That is not xenophobic. Asali ngezinye macro ezinkulu, but the microeconomy must be focused to South Africans only. If you want to fulfill what is entailed in the National Development Plan of having 90% of SMEs, that will create jobs for the South Africans. More than on gender-based violence, we are saying now, we have been speaking several times, a lot has been said, but a proper legislation must be passed that will deal with the scourge, harder sentencing for an arbitrary individual, justice-based capital punishment.
Honorable Member, can you
will be
please
the
wrap up?
solution. Lastly, I'm saying, Betuna, if we are serious as women, we have to defend Public Protector's office. There is no way that single mama, sithethe thina ngamagama ongo incapacity, incompetency. Ngalama sibethwa ngawo ngamadoda vele. Xa befuna usikhupha ezi-ofisini, they are using those words. Incapacity, incompetency. So what we are saying, if the Rules Committee is able to change the laws, let them focus on Gender-Based Violence Act and the acts that will transform the economy of women of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You did go over your time a little bit. but it's okay. If I could please ask all the other honorable members who are going to speak to please try and keep within your time so that I don't have to cut you, because I really don't want to cut you, because women have a lot to say and women's voices must be heard. But unfortunately, we have to keep to time. So please time yourself so that you're able to give your message in the time allocated. Can I please ask Honorable F. Hendricks from Al-Juma?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to all the honorable ladies here today, you are special. When one is, my background is social work, when one is in an abusive relationship, one can become quite addicted to the emotional pain of being in an abusive relationship. And my beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the condition of society depends on the consciousness of its women. Therefore, women are very important agents of change. So, a woman's condition can only improve if she improves on herself. So, if she improves on herself, her condition can also change. Because our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had great respect for women. He never lifted his hands to women, and he treated women with the utmost of love and respect. In our religion, the woman has the right to be supported by the husband, even if she's rich. She doesn't have the obligation to support even herself. So, and our religion is very gender neutral in the sense that women and men are treated as equal, but they are also have different roles to perform. So, you know, we shouldn't go over the roles that we are assigned to in order to keep our self-respect and our dignity. Now, I just want to read from my speech because I have a prepared speech. What is gender equality all about? Gender equality is achieved when women and men enjoy the same rights and opportunities across all sectors of society, including economic participation and decision-making. It is when the different behaviors, aspirations, and needs of women and men were equally valued and favored. In modern-day South Africa, women are faced with a wide range of issues such as domestic violence, child abuse, HIV, AIDS, unemployment, gender discrimination, as well as poverty. How many amongst many women can proudly voice out their problems and challenges without being judged? The problem of gender violence doesn't only apply in school, but also in the workplace. The fact that South Africa scores poorly when it comes to the number of women in senior management roles has indirectly and automatically set the standard that higher positions are for men. Besides the issue of discrimination, female students raised out the issue of abuse in school, rape, sexual harassment, and the lack of sanitary towels. Which reminds me, I was in a supermarket the other day, and the lady asked me, do I mind donating sanitary towels? Which I thought was quite a novel idea of seeing that every woman has a sanitary towel. As one of the major disturbing challenges that is affecting their study environment. Families are not the same, as we cannot assume that every household can manage to cover all expenses. Madam Speaker, I don't mind if you stop me. The issue of sanitary towels should be taken into consideration. Some students fail to go to school because they lack towels, and parents don't have money, which goes back to some of the reasons the academic results are affected. As much as condoms are provided for free throughout the country, so shall it be possible for female students to get free sanitary towels, since menstruation is not a choice. Sexual violence in South African schools has increased and affected the study environment negatively. Statistics show a dramatic rise in reported sexual offenses. 8 out of 10 students experience sexual harassment in school, 62% of female college students and male college making it a priority. In order to promote balance, both males and females must be given equal opportunities in positions and in assisting services. It should be about time that females too should be placed in the forefront, whether at school, at work. This is because we have witnessed that since some institutions have placed women in managerial positions, there has been growth and development in our country. South Africa is now on par with the rest of the African continent, where 29% of senior leadership roles are held by women, and performs better than some developed countries such as the UK, which is 19%, and
Thank you,
Australia,
Honourable
which is
Member.
23%.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to ask Honorable N. Ntlangwini from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought you were going to struggle with the pronunciation, but you did very well.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, as we gathered here today to speak about the escalation of gender-based violence and equality in this country, Yunaina, a 19-year-old UCT student, have been missing since last Friday. Knowing the kind of violence the South African society unleashes on women on a daily basis, we can only pray for a safe return. We would like to further urge the police minister to do everything humanly possible to assist the family to find Yunaina and bring to book those who may have caused her disappearance. The tragic story of Yunaina is sadly not a deviation. It has become a norm in this country for women to be abducted, raped, and killed, and the only sin is that we are born women. We can count daily instances where women's rights to life have been denied by men, who often never have to face the full might of law, simply because our society is saturated with these toxic masculinities, or because the criminal justice system is just not equipped to deal with the full extent of gender-based violence in this country. Women are not safe in their houses, at workplaces, in the streets, even in the churches in this country. They are daily molested and killed just because also they sex differently. Women are killed on streets simply because they sex workers, because we are a society that chose to criminalize sex working, and sex work is still work. A few days ago, the body of Lynette Volksweg, a 32-year-old woman, was found chopped and stuffed into refuse bags in Belleville, here in Cape Town. It was also in this parliament where female members of parliament were beaten up by bouncers just because they have questioned to ask Zuma to pay back the money. And it's been this woman, some of these women are sitting here today that said they deserve to be beaten up. I nearly lost my unborn child. For 2017-2018 financial year, over 50,000 cases of sexual assault were reported to South African police. Unfortunately, very few of these cases lead to actual conviction, and women have to live side by side with their tormentors in villages and in townships. Those who bear the brunt of all of this is black women who have to leave behind their children as they go in search of work that pays them a pittance in white households and factories and farms. The situation is no longer tenable. We, as this generation of women, have to realize that those who lead have no interest in uprooting the scourge of gender-based violence. We have to realize that it's upon us, ordinary women, to take the lead and to cleanse our communities of this crisis. Women have suffered most from neoliberal realities for the past 20 years. The vicious cycle of triple oppression based on race, class, and gender has not been broken, especially for the black woman. We recognize that while patriarchy and sexism is pervasive in our societies, it is the black woman who suffered the most from gender-based violence. Upon now, intervention for dealing with violence against women have been superficial, half-hearted, and have been based on wrong understanding on what the root causes or vulnerability of women are. We must all strive to realize women liberation through a variety of intervention, starting with prioritizing women when it comes to the benefits of the economic emancipation. These interventions will include education against patriarchy and sexism, completed by legislation to protect and promote women liberation, and to close monitoring of the implementation thereof in order to rely women empowerment in societies within the family and the workplaces. As a matter of urgency, we must do the following. 50% of women presentation in all spheres, representation, economic benefits, political participation, and in leadership responsibility. Compulsory gender education and training for all. Education of the police on gender justice and the establishment of specialized law enforcement units to deal with women-related crimes. Strengthening the education of men in on patriarchy and sexism. Engaging custodian, tradition, faith leaders, and other cultural practices to collectively find means to combat the oppression of women. Only through these interventions would we hope of casting out the demon of gender-based violence. I thank you, Chair.
I thank you, Honourable Member. I saw you were looking at your time. Nice one. Can I please, okay, so the IFP is not on the program, but the IFP is represented here today. So can I please ask Honourable Hlengwa to please come up representing the IFP? It was an error. Okay. Honourable Hlengwa, we must apologize to the IFP for not putting you on the program. It was in error.
Chairperson, Member of the Parliament, women, I greet you all. Today, we are here as women. My introduction is said, women are unique. We are not the same just like other people, but women are unique. Women have a period every month, and that blood is a symbol of blood that Jesus shed for all as a sacrifice. Women have breasts to feed their children, which no man can take, which highlights the foundation that women played in our society. So why is that the government is so slow to recognize injustice, prejudice, and integrity of an individual woman and collective? During the President Thabo Mbeki administration, our deputy president was a woman, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka. We have seen that the trend of deputy president often paved the way to the presidency. They are treated differently because it's a woman. The government did not see a woman as a president. They see it differently. There are many wise, successful women filled with integrity in South Africa. Today, we see 13 of our government departments with women leadership, but unable to find the same kind representing with the president. This issue, yes. We are not leading the country. It is you who are in the country. This issue extends to the representing found in leadership of provinces. We see only one woman having the seat of the premier in 9 provinces. In the Bible, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, 13, from verse 13 to 18, and so on, St. Paul did not recognize women. He recognized abapostoli ukuthi bona bangene ethuneni babona uJesu. Kanti uMaria Magdalena no Maria unina kaJesu abayaqala ethuneni. Ibandla lamakhatholika ke lakwazisa lokhu ukuthi uMaria ungunina wesizwe okufanele sikwazi nathi ukuze sikhuleke into ephilayo. banganakwa kanjani abesifazane abalapha yaphansi benganakiwa abala kwi-same level uhulumeni. KwaZulu Natal uhulumeni wenkatha uyena yedwa kusaphethe uhulumeni wobandlululo. Uhulumeni wenkatha wabona integrity kubantu besifazane wabenza oprincipal. Wabona integrity kubantu besifazane wabanikeza housing subsidies ngoba ebona ukuthi umuntu wesifazane uyakwazi ukwenza. I believe for women to fully become the leaders we can become, we must realize the importance of speaking the truth to give us power. The truth of the challenges we face must be heard by all. The truth will give us the power to rise from the marginalization and modern day oppression we face from gender-based violence. When we speak the truth, we will receive the power from God to overcome and all challenges in life. In conclusion, I believe that when we ask each other that we deserve and correctly identify such, will be free from the shackles and oppression and stigma as the unity of cause will become evident. Promotana abantu besifazane.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. Can we please have Honorable V. Malafu from the ANC?
Malbongwe. Thank you very much to the incumbent and all protocols observed. Program Director, thank you very much for this opportunity. Even today, even addressed as honorable, which shows that the future is female. And definitely we are the future as young women. Today, I want to open with a quote that says, "The story of women's struggle for equality belongs to no single feminist, nor to any one organization, but to the collective efforts who care about human rights." And I think today we've emphasized the power of women uniting and fighting women, gender-based violence, and fighting all the social ills that we see in society. Today, I want to talk about some of the primary causes that have placed us today to be talking about gender-based violence. And I want to be reminded of the 1957 women who saw the chauvinist patriarchal government flee in their anger. And I think today we need to be angry. And as South African women, it's about time that we are angry enough to say enough is enough. Today, I want to say there are many underlying factors that have brought us to where we are today, and we can never overlook the ripple effects of poverty and unemployment in our country. And if you want to look at the picture and the mirror image of who is violated, of who is suffering, and of who is unemployed and poor, it is a black woman and a young woman. We've seen a number of young women that have died at the hands of their lovers. And I'm saying to women, even the older one, when we're saying let us take over the baton, also teach us how to stay in good relationships. Talk to us not to stay in relationships that will lead us to our death. Because we can no longer take it when we see young women dying at the hands of their lovers, so-called lovers, because no one who loves you will lead you to your last bed. I tried to, when I was looking at this and when I was told, because when my coordinator of the Women's League was telling me that I'm speaking today, probably if she had told me that I will speak in such a large crowd, I would have refused. I did not have the understanding that today I will be speaking in front of you. And it had to take a lot of strength. And I had to remember when I was wearing the duke today, I had to remember the Winnie Mandela and say the strength that was in her is the strength that I have today. So today, I'm standing upon those giant strengths. I am standing and remembering Mama Walter Sisulu, Mama Abetina, what they've come through, and I'm saying I have that strength today. I think some of the preventive measures, and I know this might come off, maybe people might not understand it, but if we as a society believe in violence when we address issues, then it also starts there. If you feel that you need to hit your child in order for them to listen, then it means as a society we've taken violence to be a tool to address many of the issues. And I think those are some of the things that we need to unlearn as a society. I think when you speak about women leadership, I think also we should commend, the liberation movement, the leading government and the leading organization on the strides that they are making, saying yes, enough, much more still need to be done. But I think we've seen a number of women who are occupying very strategic positions, and we want to remind them that you are not only there for yourself, but you are there for all of us. And whenever you fail, you will represent us, and they will always point back that we once placed a woman and she failed. I think also to say we've seen a number of young women that have entered, places that are deputy ministers that we look up to, and we say still a more looks to come. We need to come to a place where now men start saying, hold on, 50-50, because gender is not synonym to women. I think one of the other things that I would like to emphasize is to say, let us make sure that we see increased penalties and that convictions of perpetrators, especially those who abuse their positions of power. Remember, those who are our pastors will then take advantage of the vulnerable. We need to make sure that something is done and we make a lesson out of them. People must know that South Africa is not a banana republic, and you don't get away with such behavior. And I also just want to talk on the inequalities and to say, patriarchy thrives on capitalism. If we never look at the ideological path that we are taking at a society, then we miss it right there. We need to check at our ideology as a country and see if, because when capitalism is on the fore, patriarchy will take the center stage, and we all know patriarchy thrives on capitalism. Capitalism is a system where everything is for sale and where people even think that a human life is for sale. And with those words, I'd like to say, women, we are here, and today let it not just be something about August, but throughout the year, let's remind each other of the mammoth task that is upon us. Amandla.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, the future is female and it is young. Before we break, I have a couple of announcements to make. Once we close this session, if I could please ask everybody to make their way to the NCOP stairs so that we can take a group picture before you head for lunch. Lunch will be served in Mark's building, which is right opposite the NCOP building. And for those who have halal, the new wing restaurant will cater to halal, so that's close to the old chamber. And then we will reconvene at exactly 3 p.m. We will reconvene at exactly 3 p.m. after lunch, so please be back on time. And then after lunch, we'll have more of an interactive session. So the next session after lunch will be where we can take comments and we can take questions from the floor, and we can all have input on how exactly we want to see the formation of resourcing the strategic plan for gender-based violence, as well as the Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Thank you. Can we move quickly to the NCOP so we don't cut into your lunch?